Morning, Judge.
Hey, Mr. Lee, how are you?
Good.
They're all waiting in the wings, so.
Do you have a good evening?
You know what, I have this, I have it on the YouTube's link. I did, yes. Thank you. If you run the YouTube stream, so each morning I come in and I set up the YouTube stream, but then if you run YouTube on your machine simultaneously while you're broadcasting, it like plays back to you what you just said with like a 5-second delay. It's really creepy.
I could see that.
It's like when you look in a mirror and then in another mirror and it creates that infinite levels of mirrors.
Right.
That's what Zoom does too.
Morning, Judge.
Sweet, how are you?
Good.
Good.
Yeah, your audio is off, Mr. Medeiros. Well, it's not off. It's real quiet. I think maybe you could mix up the mics.
Mr. Ryan, can you hear me?
Fine, just fine.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm going to put myself on mute for a moment.
You hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3, tested.
Nah, compared to the audio quality yesterday, I think whatever mic is selected, it's.
I'm gonna turn these off, turn them back on, be right back.
Sure. We're off the record, Mr. Lee. I assume just not start up yet.
Actually,
Ah,
is
there
this
we go.
better?
Wait, 10
Okay.
times. Yeah.
All right. That's what we call in the industry a Portuguese moment. I had them on backwards. All right. In my industry, anyway, my crazy upbringing. So, good morning, everyone. We are back in the record on whichever day of rate case hearings this is in the PNM rate case.
7.
Day 7. We were going to begin with the cross-examination of Ms. Chan by CCAE, Mr. DeSalen. Before we do that, is there anything that we need to address? Mr. Gould first. I saw your hand first.
Yes, I have a couple, actually 4 that I've listed housekeeping matters very briefly, if I could proceed.
Yes, sir.
We had left yesterday with the admission of NM Area 45, which is the red line version of page 4 of 5 of the PNM exhibit corrected AC5 redlined, if
Yes.
that is clear. So I believe that has been provided by email to the parties by my co-counsel and would ask to have that admitted into the record.
Is there any here? I have it. I see it. It's here at 8:23 a.m. I'll put it in the Dropbox folder. Is there any objection to the admission of New Mexico Area Cross-Examination Exhibit 45?
Just give me 1 second. I meant to look at that this morning. I'm sorry, and I failed to. Just give me. I'm pulling it up now.
Yeah, we apologize for not getting it to everybody last night. It was just, I think we both went home and just fell down.
No objection. Thank you.
Hearing no objection from the parties, NM Area Cross-Examination Exhibit 45 is admitted. And thank you, PNM, for working with the Mexico area to develop that exhibit, by the way. Appreciate it. Okay. Next.
The next 2 timing issues we would like to move our entire time for Dr. Pitts, which is my notes say 45 minutes. And we'd like to move that to our cross-examination of Mr. Nicholas Phillips. I don't have, maybe my co-counsel can, we have currently 120 minutes scheduled for Mr. Phillips.
That's, so it would be by my math, 165, is that right? No,
Yeah,
how many, is that right?
yeah, we have 45 minutes for.
Okay.
Yeah, 165, you are correct.
Okay. We had a little fumbling on that yesterday, and I don't want to go back to that if I can avoid it. And I apologize for that having happened.
That's my bad. I should have been more alert.
Okay.
On that same
So
issue,
I now have you at, I'm sorry,
go ahead.
you had, so far you had 275 minutes with Ms. Chan. We reduced your time with Mr. Casas to 205 minutes. And now you have 165 minutes with Mr. Phillips. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, great.
And I will be perhaps maybe another hour with Ms. Chan once we get through Mr. DeSalen's cross. So I would like to continue with the protocol we've established of taking that time from Mr. Casas, if that's okay with the hearing examiner.
That's fine. Instead of what I've been tending to do, and I don't know if this is agreeable to the parties, but I've been just switching from the timer to the stopwatch. And then I'll
Okay.
say something like added time or injury time somewhere along the way.
I'll do
So
my
that's-
best to.
That's
thank
the
you.
approach. And then that running tally is pretty accurate about how much time you have left, because it's hopefully reflected on the stopwatch if I remember to turn it on.
Okay.
And for those of you out there, like Ms. Gould helped me yesterday, like if we go to a break, say, it looks like it's still running. Could you please pause the timer or the stopwatch? So yeah. Okay, great. Anything else from the Mexico area?
One last thing, and I want to do this in the most respectful, non-disturbing way possible, but we would like to note for the record a continuing objection to the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Casas, as we stated, those portions that we stated in our motion to strike, and a continuing objection to the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Phillips, only for those portions of his rebuttal that were set forth very explicitly in the motion to strike. We're not at this is just us to make sure that we preserve that objection. We're not trying to start an argument on your former ruling denying our motions.
I understand that and I respect it, and it's noted. And by way of full disclosure, we will be issuing an order to hearing examiners on the motions plural to strike the Casas and Chan testimonies, as well as the Phillips testimony. So I thought that, having been working on that a little bit last night, I thought it was pretty prescient that you shifted some time to Mr. Phillips on that. So anyway,
Okay.
yes, sir. Thank you.
Those are all my matters. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
You're welcome. Mr. Albright, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Just with regard to the reorder of the witnesses and the time that I have, what I would like to do would be to reduce Ms. Pitt's time to 10 minutes and to
Okay.
add that, which I think should be 15 minutes, to Mr. Phillips.
Yes, and you didn't have any time for Mr. Phillips before, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and again, I'm only asking, I don't care. Everybody parcels or distributes their cross-examination time. I'm only asking for record-keeping purposes to make sure I didn't miss something like I had with Mr. DeSalen earlier on from their second pre-hearing memorandum. So
No,
thank
sir,
you,
you are correct. I had not previously had
Okay.
any, but
Okay.
in light of some of the cross-examination, I think I need some time with Mr. Phillips.
Yeah. You just have to realize for me, looking at that spreadsheet and all those numbers, they tend to blur over time. And I'm trying to find a witness because we have 49 witnesses and there's just so much going on this, just this simple spreadsheet that sometimes it becomes, at least for me, a little overwhelming. So
Sir, understood completely. Thank you, sir.
thank you. All right, anybody else before we have two hands up. Ms. Minazzi, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner and colleagues. I do want to report that I spoke to Mr. Sandberg last night, and he is able to move per your request to testify on Monday. So he's available. And
Thank
that's all-
you.
And that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Nanasi. It's very likely that we'll see Mr. Sandberg and other witnesses. I mean, I want to have dead space at the end so that you all can get to delving into these transcripts and brief, because we're going to have an expedited briefing schedule. And we're going to have to set up a confidential, the old term is confidential panel, or special advisors to the commission on the cost of service revenue requirement based on our recommendations. So there's just a lot to do, and I'm anxious to make sure we're in as efficient a place as we can be, as early as we can be. And everybody's been cooperating excellently with us in that endeavor, and I thank you all. All right, Ms. Twilliger, good morning. We've already spoken. Good morning again.
Good morning, hearing exam. I was on mute. Just two things quickly. I wanted to give you an update on bench request 5 and bench request 6. Bench request 5 is the one you requested with Mr. Cervantes, which is related to the fee-free credit card.
Yes,
I'm hopeful we could get that today, but it might be tomorrow. I just wanted to give you an update since you hadn't set a deadline for that.
I
We have-
hadn't,
We
because I
have,
understand how laborious these are. And so, yes, go ahead.
we're having some struggles with the breaking it down by block usage. I think might have found a way to accomplish that in some form, but I think that's still being worked out. So that's why it might slip till tomorrow. We have
Well-
the rest of the data.
From my speaking from my perspective,
Yeah.
If it takes a little bit longer to figure out how to break it down that way, take the time necessary to do it.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll give you an update if it's going to slip past tomorrow then.
Okay,
Bench
thank you.
request 6, I believe, and Mr. Alvitras can jump in if he needs to. I think we're aiming for tomorrow. There's been a little bit of delay on that.
That's the
that
Mr.
correct?
Sanchez one.
Yes, sorry, that's Mr. Sanchez. He's one.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay,
And again,
maybe.
err on the side of detail. And if
Okay.
that takes you a little bit longer, that I'd prefer to have you take a little bit longer.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to
Thank you.
provide an update.
Great. And bench request 7, by the way, we're up to 7 now. That was the one that hearing examiner Ryan issued, I believe. Is that right, hearing examiner Ryan?
From yesterday, I have to look at my,
That was a long time ago.
yeah, I
Yeah,
had to
it
go
was
back to my
Mr.
notes.
Mr. Heffington, I believe.
Okay,
That one is in processing. It might be done sooner than the others.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Gould, good morning.
Good morning. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but to follow up on Ms. Nanasi, I have contacted Enameria witnesses, and Mr. Andrews, Mr. Meyer, and Mr. Ortiz are available to move into Monday if needed.
They may, or Mr. Ortiz, I see him scheduled now for the 20th, Wednesday. If not Monday, is he available Tuesday to slide
don't believe so, but I'll have to check. I think that he is in class on Tuesday. But I believe that I just checked on Monday. I would have to go back to my notes and see about Tuesday.
That's fine. Thank you for offering that. But we have Andrews and Meyer too, right? Thursday, the 21st. Is that right?
So on Thursday, this current schedule for NM area is Mr. Walters, Mr. Andrews, and Mr. Meyer. And
Right.
what I have asked the witnesses, and I can get back to you about Tuesday's schedule, but I've asked if any of them are available for Monday. And Mr.
And-
Meyer, Mr. Ortiz, and Mr. Andrews are available for Monday.
And this is a good lesson moment. In terms of asking for your witnesses' availability, could you see how please see how flexible they are in terms of sliding from, from let's say Thursday to Wednesday to Tuesday. We have a lot of moving parts. I acknowledge that, but it's that sort of dialogue that I just had with Ms. Gould that if you could have with your witness as well. It says here, like Water Authority, give you another example, Water Authority. I'm not asking Mr. Herman, but I'm just giving you an example. The Water Authority witnesses on Friday, can they slide to Thursday, Wednesday? Because I'd have to go back and look at, as I said, at the initial pre-hearing memoranda, which establishes when witnesses are not available. And that may have changed since those pre-hearing memoranda were provided as well. So that's the kind of thing I'm asking the parties look at in terms of the flexibility of their witnesses to slot in on some slot sooner, sometime sooner.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Examiner Maderos, if you'd like to switch it so that, because we now know that in the area, at least 3 of their witnesses are available Monday, you could leave Mr. Sandberg on Tuesday and do it like that, if that's the pleasure of the court.
Well, thank you. Let's see how that turns out. But I can't, I'm not going to, we don't need to, we'll come back around to this, obviously. We check in at the end of the day where we are, and then we'll do that tomorrow afternoon before we recess for the weekend. So we'll revisit that, but thank you.
And
Thanks
Mr.
a
Hearing
lot.
Examiner, Mr. Gould, there's no, you notice my co-counsel's on the screen and just spoke up. No intention to double team you. She was just handling the witness issues. She will be doing the same task for us today as she did yesterday, which is helping us screen share. So once she does that, she'll go off the camera. Thank you.
No, I found it, as I indicated yesterday, I found it very helpful. And I appreciate you acknowledging that, Mr. Gould.
Thank you.
So, I don't see any other hands up. Is there anything else before we turn to Mr. DeSalen's cross? I hope you still have time, Mr. DeSalen, to do your cross-examination before your next court appearance.
I think so, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I have 20 minutes scheduled for Ms. Chan.
20 minutes, okay. If there's nothing else, Ms. Chan, good morning.
Good morning.
Let's go ahead and start the cross-examination of Ms. Chan by CCAE.
Hearing Examiner, I just want to do my preliminary question. Ms. Chan, you've been previously sworn.
Yes,
You understand you're still under oath?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. And good morning, Ms. Chan.
Good morning.
My name is Charles DeSalen, and I'm representing Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy. This proceeding. Before we get started, I'd just like to compliment you, not just for your testimony, but because I think that you have delivered probably the 2 best quips that we've heard so far in this proceeding. And for the benefit of our court reporter, Mr. Lee, I will point out that when I use the word quip, it's spelled Q-U-I-P, not K-W-I-P or C-W-I-P. that, Ms. Chen, I have a number of questions for you here. And all of them go to your direct testimony, which I believe is PNM Exhibit 40. And do you have that, Andy, with you?
Yes, I have.
Okay, great. So I want to start out on page 4, where you're talking about PNM's vision of transitioning to carbon-free by 2040. Do you see that? And that's right at the top of page 4 there.
Yes,
And you make this statement, similar statements, at several places in your direct testimony. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay, and I, just for the record, we don't need to go there. But I counted 4 places where you make similar statements about PNM's vision or goal of transitioning to carbon-free by 2040. But just for the record, it's on page 1, lines 11 through 13, page 4, which is where we are now, at lines 1 through 2, page 10, lines 15 through 16, and page 33 at lines 5 through 7. And does that comport with your recollection, Ms. Chan?
Yes.
Okay, now, and I hear you use the word vision, and on page 33, I mentioned you used the word goal. Do you recall that?
Let me double check.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
Okay, and Henry Monroy, who was the first PNM witness to testify in this proceeding, used the word pledge in his testimony. I don't know if you were here or if you read his testimony, if you noticed that.
I did not notice specifically that phrase, but yes, I have no doubt that you quoted correctly.
Okay, so I'm wondering how much of a promise that PNM is making here to be carbon-free by 2040. And so my question is this a serious commitment that PNM is making to the Public Regulation Commission and to the people of the state of New Mexico?
I cannot speak, of PNM's, on behalf of PNM's commitment, but as far as I think all the projects, filings, action that PNM has taken so far is pointed to our pledge or our goal to get to carbon-free by 2040. So I
Okay,
think the actions speak for itself.
okay. So in your view, can we conclude that these statements are more than just hyperbole?
Yes, I think we have internally, we have project plans to get there.
Okay. And if I could just put this in context a little bit, when you say carbon-free, you're referring to the elimination of fossil fuels for the generation of electricity. Do I have that right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And am I also correct in concluding that the point of eliminating fossil fuels is to reduce and perhaps to greatly reduce the emission of greenhouse such as carbon dioxide and methane?
I'm sorry, you backed up or something. Emission of greenhouse.
Greenhouse gases, including carbon dioxide and methane.
I believe by reducing fossil fuels generation, that is the benefit of reducing greenhouse gas. And
Okay. Okay. And then am I correct in also concluding that PNM is making this this commitment or this goal because it recognizes as a corporation and as an institution that emissions of greenhouse gases are causing global climate change and that global climate change is real?
I cannot speak to that matter because
I haven't been talked to the company and say, as a corporation, what is we believe about global warming.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So the remainder of my questions, Ms. Chair, in the time of use rates that PNM is proposing, and I'm also going to be discussing this with Dr. Pitts, but I also have a number of questions for you. So first of all, my understanding is that PNM proposes to implement time of use rate, a time of use rate pilot program as part of its application here. Is that correct?
I think you are referring to the time of day pilot, because currently PNM has time of use rates. And what we are proposing in this filing is a time of day pilot.
Right. And my understanding is that, and I understand what you're saying, but my understanding is that the sort of general common usage of the term is that it's called time of use rates, but your specific program that you're proposing here, you refer to as time of day. Is that correct?
Yes, because we currently have the time of use, so we just want to make sure that there's a distinction between time of use and time of stay.
Right, right, understood. Okay. So let's begin with the cap on the pilot program.
I'm sorry, let's begin with the,
CAP, C-A-P.
thank you.
Now, my understanding, Ms. Chan, is that PNM's proposal includes a cap on the number of customers that can participate in the pilot program. Is that correct?
That's correct. 7,500 for residential and 2,500 for non-residential.
Okay. And how many customers does PNM have total?
Around north of 500,000.
Okay, so this is a pretty small sample that would be participating in the pilot program. Is that correct?
As a percentage of our total, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, were you involved in the decision to place a cap on the time of day pilot program, a cap on the number of participants?
Yes.
And could you tell us how PNM made that decision?
There's a lot of consideration going into making that decision. The first of all is, I know some party advocate that we should have allowed all customers to opt into the time of day pilot. So from the very beginning, we believe that is impractical to have everybody be able to go ahead and participate in the time of day. First of all, is because we need new meter to measure the usage and be able to provide the information to the customer so the customer can adjust their usage. So that is a capital investment, first of all. And then it's also going to have an issue with education, because currently residential customer class has a time of use option, which is our rate 1B. However, that is very, very low participation. And I think in order to be successful to transition customer from residential, for example, from the block rates currently it is in place to a time of day structure, we need a lot of education communication to make sure that customer understand. So from a practical standpoint, that we need to limit the capital investment, and knowing that we are in the process a grid mod filing, which AMI will replace the current meters. And we believe at that time, it will be the time to transition all our customer, mainly residential customer, to the time of day. And so from now until the AMI is fully deployed, I see that as a transition period. We want to start introducing time of day to get customer to be ready to move on to time of day when we have AMI fully deployed. And comparing the capital investment and the timing of the AMI implementation, we decided, 7,500 customer is a acceptable level of customer. Back in 2018, when we were working with the stakeholders in the time of use mediation process, we discussed time of day pilot or time of use pilot size. And at the very beginning, our proposal was actually 2,500 for residential customer. It's back to the capital costs and education and all those upfront costs, and with AMI coming. So we actually expanded the cap for residential customer, and from, for the pilot program, from what we originally thought it was appropriate to now 7,500. We discussed 2,500 before. So we think that it is enough, or the number is high enough for us to be effective in promoting and signing up customers, and then collect data to do our load research to see how customers will shift their usage under the time of day pilot. So this is we believe that 7,500 is the appropriate number.
Mr. DeSalen, can I ask you a quick follow-up question before you go further? And I just want to confirm, Ms. Chen, that I understand correctly. The meters that would be implemented in the time of day pilot are cellular meters, is that right?
That's correct.
And those meters are not the meters that are proposed for implementation in the grid modernization context, is that right? Those are the AMI meters?
That's correct.
Is there any, I mean, when I read that, I'll be perfectly blunt about it. I thought, well, that's not a prudent use of funds. Why would we invest in cellular meters only to then replace them with AMI meters? Can you comment on that?
So I think we are still talking about the ability to use the cellular meter when AMI is fully deployed. So it's not completely obsolete. And when the very beginning, when we discussed using cellular meter, I think we can redeploy those meter to some of those areas that the mesh network that we talk about in the grid mod may not be available. So it's not, we are aware of that potential, and that's another reason that we kept the pilot program the way it is. And also because, as you already know, come with the cellular meter, we have to pay an ongoing communication fee for those meter for the data. So that's another reason, is cost.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. DeSalen.
And those cellular meters, what we're talking about is analog technology, right?
Now that I don't know. But what I will know is those meter will be able to, we will download the data every day, and then we can send it back to the customer. It's not a AMI meter, because AMI meter with the network can communicate 15 minutes data back and forth to the customer. This is limited. It's a day behind, but it's better than today's meter that is providing data once a month.
Sounds analog. Okay. Mr. DeSalen, please proceed.
Thank you. So, Ms. Chan, I'm wondering if it would have made more sense here for PNM to tie its time of day rates to the to the replacement of the meters, the AMI meters, as part of the other proceeding, and that way you would have had this aligning with the replacement of new meters that would work for your time of day rates.
We decided to put the time of day pilot in the rate case because we know the grid mod, according to the timeline, the deployment of AMI is going to take years. And we really want to start communicating and providing information to our customer on the time of day. And so we decided to have a pilot program in this case.
Yeah, okay. Let me ask you another question about the cap here. You have a cap of 2,500 for non-residential and 7,500 for residential. Why that difference? Why do you have 3 times more residential than non-residential?
Because the majority of our customers is residential customer. So the, north of 500,000, I think around 470,000 is residential customer. So residential customer, number of customers make up a much larger percentage than our non-residential customer.
Okay, but there's a lot more diversity among your non-residential customers, right? I mean, your customers would include everything from small retail establishments to hospitals to the University of New Mexico. So wouldn't it be harder to get a representative sample with that smaller number?
So besides residential and small power, both rate schedule or both customer class have an optional time of use. All the other schedules, all the other customer class, they already are on a mandatory or default time of use. So we do have data, usage data from those customers already, most of them anyway, on our load research. The one that we don't have is the small power and residential customer. All the other customer classes, they are already on a time of use rate structure.
Okay, let me, I'm running out of time here, so let me move on to, I want to discuss with you peak periods in the time of day proposal. So as I understand it, there are basically 2 rate structures. One is for residential customers and then one is for non-residential customers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now let's first look at the proposed time of day rate structure for residential customers, okay?
Okay.
So as I understand it, during the summer, the proposed time of day rate has 1 peak period. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's in the evening from 5 p.m. until 8 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, so that's pretty simple. And that again, that structure applies during the summer months, which is June, July, and August. Is that right?
Yes, that's the proposal.
Okay, and then during the non-summer months, the proposed time of day rate has 2 peak periods. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the first one is in the morning from 5 a.m. until 8 a.m. And is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the second one is in the evening from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that structure applies again in the summer months, or excuse me, the non-summer months. So that's from September through May, correct?
Yes.
Now, would you agree with me that the rate structure as it has been proposed may be confusing to some of your customers? Because most of the year, as you just stated, from September through May, there's only 1 peak period, which is in the evening. But then from June through August, there's also a second peak period in the morning.
Yes, and we decided on the 2 peak in the non-summer month is because based on our forecast of the resources that is going to be bringing online a lot of the new renewable and also the customer demand, that will foresee that in the future, that will be what we call a early morning peak. So we want to start sending the price signal to the customer so they can get used to shifting the usage from that period, 5 to 8 in the morning, to later on. And when we decided on that, we understood that we are going to have to spend efforts, time to communicate to the customer that why that's too peak and how they can shift their usage from the morning peak to later on after 8 o'clock. So that is being taken into consideration while we are developing marketing and education and communication materials to the customer. But we think this is the opportunity to kind of ahead of the game and to start talking to the customer about the morning peak that we are going to see and how they can help the system and themselves to save money by shifting the usage.
Okay, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I recognize that I am out of time. And I was hoping not to do this, but I would like to follow the lead of some of the other council and sort of shift some of my time. So I'm on overtime. If I could maybe take 10 minutes more with this witness, and I would propose to take it out of, I think 20 minutes allocated for the PRC staff witness, Miss Ramey.
So you're taking 10 minutes, this already started, additional with Ms. Chan and taking away 10 from Ms. Ramey, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Now, what was the basis for the morning peak period?
I think maybe Dr. Pitt's testimony is showing some of the energy prices or trend that we see, and to decide it that, or is part of the material or consideration that we taken into setting the peak periods. And then also, I think from our internal planning tools, whenever we look at in the future, like I mentioned before, it is going to, we start seeing early in the morning is we will have, how we call it, is the higher risk to not meeting the low in the early morning. So once again, we try to be ahead of the game and start communicating, educating customer to change their behavior, to help themselves to save money and to help the system.
Okay, now let me ask you about the structure for non-residential customers. As I understand it, that is pretty similar to the structure for residential customers. Is that right?
It's similar.
Okay, and as I understand it, I think there are two major differences. The first difference is that during the summer months, the peak period for non-residential customers is longer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the second, and it goes from 5 p.m. until 10 p.m. Instead of just to 8 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the second difference is that there is a super off-peak period from.
I'm sorry, there is a
super off-peak period. And that goes from 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And let me just I want to make this clear because I think this may be a little bit counterintuitive that you have a super off-peak period in the middle of the day when folks are working and businesses are active. As I understand it, when you talk about peak here, we're talking about net peak. Is that correct?
We talk about peak, you mean the off-peak hours? The peak
Yes.
hours and non-peak, the off-peak and on-peak hour, they are aligned with whenever the renewable resources are, how they are delivering or producing energy. The super off-peak during the day is because we have abandoned a lot of solar generation during the day. And as you understand, those are non-dispatchable and intermittent. So we want to encourage the customer to help to balance or to use those resources during the day. So we won't get into a system issue. And while during the night, whenever the suns go down, is whenever we have to bring on other resources like battery storage to provide service. So that's the peak that we're talking about. It's net of renewable resources.
Right. That is, thank you, Ms. Chen. That was exactly the point that I was getting at. What were PNM's goals in creating the time of day rate project or program?
Is to recognize that to provide service during the day when we have the sun shining is going to cost less for us. Therefore, we need to provide that price signal to the customer. So this is the first step of providing price signal to customers to align the price to the cost of providing energy. And in the future, hopefully we'll get to more granular pricing scheme, like real-time pricing, so the customer can see exactly what the price is at certain point in time and can react to it. But this is just the first step, is to provide the price signal.
Okay. Now, what about reducing greenhouse gas emissions? Is that one of the goals in choosing the peak periods?
We did not consider that setting the peak and off-peak periods. However, I know we discussed it before, as PNM include more of the renewable resources and getting out of fossil fuels production, and that will reduce the greenhouse gas.
Okay. And has PNM done any kind of study or analysis of how the time of day rates would affect emissions of greenhouse gases?
No, we haven't.
Okay. Do you agree that reducing of greenhouse gases and other harmful pollutants should be a consideration in designing time of use rates or time of day rates?
I don't, at least sitting here now, I don't know how to incorporate the greenhouse gas emission reduction into a rate design option. I mean, I have not thought about it, how to tie the two together.
Okay, but you would agree that it is feasible, wouldn't you?
If that is a way to do it, yes, we want to be able to have a pricing option that incorporate all the social benefits and climate change and all that. But in a practical way, rate design, it's not going to, I don't think it's going to be able to directly tie a rate design proposal to those benefits that you mentioned.
Okay. Well, let's move on to the duration of this pilot program. What is your understanding of the duration here? How long will this pilot program last?
I think in some of those interrupts interrogatory response, we talk about, okay, first of all, the pilot program in my mind is the number of customers. So we have a cap on the number of customers. So as long as the cap is not reached, the pilot keep on going. However, we do tie that up, at least in our mind, we tied it to the AMI deployment. So as the AMI deployment is ongoing, then after the AMI fully deployed, that's whenever we will have everybody in the time of day rate. And still a pilot, but at that time, everybody can go in the rate because it's an opt-in rate. It's a pilot. Another feature is because it's an opt-in option, not a mandatory option, right? It's not a default rate. So it's a pilot, it's an opt-in rate. So as AMI fully deployed, then everybody can opt into that rate. And then the plan is to transition everybody to a mandatory or default time of day rate later on. And I think we tied it to a timing of a rate case. So after AMI is fully deployed, everybody can participate in the time of day pilot. But then in the following rate case, we'll lay out a timeline to transition everybody, all the customer, to a default time of day.
Okay. And so when do you estimate that the time of day rate will be fully in effect?
Okay, so currently we have the pilot rate, right? When you say fully in effect, you mean everybody can opt in or a default time of day?
I mean, so that everybody can opt in to the program, full deployment.
That is tied to the AMI schedule, and I believe the AMI deployment, fully deployed, is from the day of approval. I think it's about maybe a 4-year timeline to be fully deployed. So that's the timeline that we're looking at.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chan. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, I believe let's go back to New Mexico area.
I'm calling Mr. Gold right now. I'm not quite sure where he is.
All right. Well, let me look at who else. We have-
Excuse, Mr. Examiner, I apologize. I got up for a moment and had to talk to my office manager. I apologize. I'm ready to go.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Chan.
Morning.
Yesterday, when we spoke, you had stated that you were not an attorney. Is that still true?
Yeah, I didn't get a law degree last night.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about passages, sections in the New Mexico Public Utility Act, which is the statute which controls rate making for utilities such as PNM. But I want it clear from the outset that I'm not asking you these questions as requesting a legal opinion, but as for your opinion as PNM's public policy expert on rate making in this case. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have available to you a copy of the New Mexico Public Utility Act? And this first section I want you to look at is section 62-3-3.
Is that part of your cross-examination exhibit?
No, it is not. I asked the hearing examiner at the beginning of the hearing that if we could make sure that all parties had access to these documents without them have to be made cross exhibits.
I don't have it. You just need to give me a minute to,
Absolutely.
okay, so specifically what you're
The-
referring to?
The statute is denominated as 62-3-3 subsection H as in hat.
Okay. Okay, let me see. Okay. That's 62. Article 3. Okay,
Okay. I'm going to read that into the record. It says, and this is just for total clarity of the record. This is the section that has the definitions that apply throughout that Public Utility Act. Just, I'm not asking you a question. I'm just stating that for the record. Subsection H states rate means every rate, tariff, charge, or other compensation for utility service rendered or to be rendered by a utility, and every rule, regulation, practice, act, requirement, or privilege in any way relating to such rate, tariff, charge, or other compensation, and any schedule or tariff or part of a schedule or a tariff thereof. Did I read that accurately?
yes.
With that definition in mind, do you have an opinion whether the second amended and restated special service contract that we spent time discussing yesterday, whether that would be considered a rate under this definition?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I would like to move in the same statute to a different section, and the citation is 6-6-14, that's 1-4, subsection D as in Delta.
I'm just going to preserve an objection for the record that any of the, I know we cleared this up with your preliminary questions, but any questions to Ms. Chan are not to an attorney. I just would like to preserve an objection that these are calling for a legal conclusion.
May I respond, Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Go ahead.
I want it absolutely clear. I'm not asking for a legal conclusion. What I'm asking for is the opinion of the witness that PNM has tendered as the expert on regulatory matters. And that's all because I'm going to go into, just in full disclosure, some questions after this next section about the future test year. And this is, I think.
And I just want to be
foundation.
clear. Thank you. And I'm sorry, Mr. Gould. I just want to move along because
Sure.
I want to be clear that, as you know, and you've heard me do before, if I feel like counsel is asking for legal opinions from the witness, I'll just shut it down immediately. myself. So go ahead.
Yes,
Okay, Mr. Gould, can you direct me to that again? It's still
yes,
Article 3 or? Okay,
No.
Go.
let me restate it so we're absolutely clear.
Mhm.
Section 62
Right,
dash 6 dash 14.
Articles, okay, it's 62, right?
It's the same general statute.
Right? And
It's subsection 6. So you're moving away, you're further in the statute than number 3. And
yeah,
then
it's 6, right?
it's
is that-
6.
Is that the powers and duties of commission?
Yes. And then
Okay.
subsection 14.
14.
One moment of confusion is likely of the production of that, Mr. Gould, you initially said 6614, which was, Mr. Lee recorded that correctly, so
I
That has to-
apologize.
do with public finances, and I went there and I said, now that he has to have meant 62,614.
Thank you for that correction.
14. Okay. Just make sure it is the valuation by the commission.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm there.
And subsection D reads, the commission shall set rates based upon
Did we lose him?
Yes.
Breathe,
Who did we lose?
Mr. Gould, I can't hear him.
yeah, I
Well,
can't
when-
hear him either.
Well, oh, I see. So, see,
Can we go off the record?
yeah, stop, please. Thank you, Mr. Ms. Gould, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear. I see Peter, Mr. Gould is talking and I don't have any audio on him.
Okay, so I have my hand up. Yeah, he figured it out. Okay.
is that better now?
Yes, we were off the record, so please start over.
Okay.
It was about a minute ago or so.
Something happened, so I just unplugged my
So,
headset and
let me-
replugged it.
let me-
Okay,
Okay, let me see where we are, where you were. Question in subsection D reads, the commission shall set rate based upon question mark. So it was based upon.
okay. I'll start that subsection again.
Okay,
Subsection D, the commission shall set rates based on a test period that the commission determines best reflects the conditions to be experienced during the period when rates determined by the commission take effect. Period. If a future test period is proposed, comma, the commission shall give due consideration that the future test period may best reflect those conditions. Did I read that accurately, Ms. Chan?
Yes, you did.
Is it your understanding that in applying for rates, future test year rates, that PNM has taken guidance from this statute and is using this statute as part of its understanding of what it needs to do in this filing?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And is it also your understanding that the commission has promulgated a future test year rule?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that rule?
I know about that rule, but I cannot cite it for you. So,
I don't want a citation. What I want is some general parameters of what that rule requires. Would you feel comfortable answering those kind of questions?
I need to kind of put it up, the rule, that I'd be more comfortable to do that.
Okay. The citation is in the New Mexico Administrative Code called NMAC section 17.1.3.
Okay, get that.
And I'm not going to be asking you to cite any specific portion of the rule. I'm going to, so we can move through this, but if you want to, in your response, look at that, look at a relevant section and cite it back to me, that's perfectly fine. But I have general questions about how that rule operates, and that's my intention here, just to give
Okay.
you a roadmap.
Okay. Give
would
me a
you-
second to get it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I have it on the screen.
Okay. Would you agree that the general purpose of the future test year rule is to allow P&M as a public utility to use historic base year numbers and project those numbers forward into a future test year period?
Yes,
And in this case, and that's called the base period, that first period, right?
right,
The historic, used to be called the historic test year.
right.
Okay. And what is the base period for you in this case?
Let me think, is that July 2021 to June 2022?
Okay. So you
I can
rely,
check.
I think that's accurate, but you relied on that historic data. And then under the future test year rule, you projected those actual or as close as actual costs in the base period forward to 2024, right?
My understanding, yes.
And as part of that exercise, you provided what's called linkage data. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of what is meant by linkage data?
It is basically walk across from the base period all the way to your test period. But also, okay, I stopped there.
Is part of that linkage data P&M's best estimate of how the base period costs might or probably will increase between the end of the base period and the historic period of 2024?
How the cost will change, yes.
Yes. And you've provided some of that data, acceleration or increases in labor costs, for instance.
Yeah, those are part of the revenue requirements.
Okay. And you understand that some of those have been challenged, and I'm not trying to go there. I'm not trying to get into that, but you understand that that is a part of your future test year filing, that you have to show the commission how you got from the base period and into the future test year period.
Yes, my understanding.
And if I could just ask a few more questions. So the purpose of that linkage data is to ensure as far as possible that the numbers, the dollar numbers and all of the backup figures reflect as closely as possible what P&M expects, the conditions it expects during 2024, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is it allowed, and the reason for all of this data is is to make certain that the commission can rely on your future test year numbers as being accurate.
Yes,
Okay. Does the future test year rule allow PNM to establish projections for the year after the test year?
it's limit to the test year.
And following that same, so I would take that to mean no. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
right.
So just following down and finish this line of cross. So PNM is not allowed to use data from beyond the test year and do a regression analysis to show that 2025 data, in this case, is relevant to the rates that should be charged in 2024.
What specific reference are you talking about? What 2025 number that we use?
I'm not being specific right now. I'm asking as a general policy matter, does the future test year rule allow you to take any data from 2025, do a regression analysis back to 2024, and use that data to establish 2024 rates?
When you say a regression, but the exercise to bring the information back to a 2024 timeframe.
Yes, maybe let me rephrase the question in the terms of the future test year. So does the future test year rule allow PNM to take data from 2025 and then create linkage data to purportedly show what that data would have shown in 2024?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Isn't that precisely what PNM has done in this case by taking a 2025 SERVM analysis and using it to establish your modified 3 summer, 1 winter allocator for the ESA batteries?
That was okay, Mr. Phillips can answer it better, but what I think we discussed and talked about that yesterday is that the 2024 results, if that will be the same as the SERVM model for 2025, because the load is similar, and then also that is no additional resources is being added between 2024 and 2025. So the result is the same.
I understand that's your position, but I'm asking, is that type of analysis allowed by the future test year rule?
Strictly to the rule, no.
Okay. And has PNM anywhere in its filing and any of its rate schedules provided what I'll call linkage data between Mr. Phillips' 2025 SERVM modeling and the 2024 test period?
Not that I'm aware of, but also I don't, at least the future test year rule, when I read it, is more related to revenue requirement and cost of service, rather than a specific model or data that we use to design rates.
But
once again, I'm not an attorney, but just from reading it, everything is, to me, is a lot have to do with revenue requirements and costs, rather than a specific modeling or software model that we use.
is that your complete answer?
Yes.
I want to avoid what I did yesterday, which was being a little aggressive on stepping on your response. We had a long discussion yesterday, though, about how the 3 winter, I don't know why I keep on doing that, but the 3 summer, 1 winter modified allocator clearly impacts or is the support for PNM's calculation of the contribution to production component of rate 36B. Isn't that a fair statement?
It go into the calculation. However, I just want to make sure that it is clear what we propose at the modified 3 summer 1 winter is a allocators that PNM proposed in this rate case to allocate the ESA cost to all customer classes, not just to 36B. So it is a new allocator in the rate case to allocate ESA cost to all customer classes. So we are asking for an approval or new allocators for all classes, specifically to allocate ESA costs. I just want to be very clear. It goes into part of the calculation of the contribution to production component, but it's not specific just to 36B. It's applied to all classes.
Understood.
Okay.
So what you're saying is that the modified 3 summer 1 winter allocator, which was derived from 2025 data, has a direct impact on the rates that PNM is proposing to charge every single one of its rate classes. Is that a fair summary of your testimony?
No, what I'm saying is the modified 3 summer 1 winter is relied on a simulation that at the time of the filing, we use a 2025 data. However, we've verified, once again, you can talk to Mr. Phillips, the 2024 result is the same.
We have never seen that evidence in this case, have we?
I don't think we provide a model.
You did not provide any linkage data between 2025 and 2024 for that to support your last statement that the results are the same, did you?
Mr. Phillips can answer that better than me. But
Well, the reason, go ahead.
But once again, I don't think, at least not as attorney, the future test year rule apply to backup data modeling run, that we have to provide linkage data.
And I'll get off this issue after a couple more questions, but my point is the future test year rule in terms of the data that supports the rates is forward-looking. You take a base period, you accelerate, you link the data to a future test year period, you provide justification, and you end up with your test year proposal. Is that a fair statement?
That's the concept, yes.
What you're trying to do with Mr. Phillips' data is go back in the opposite direction. Take 2025 data and impose it on 2024 and create rates based upon that data. Isn't that a fair summary of your testimony?
I think we disagree on that. I think what I'm saying is that is being validated or verified that 2024 is the same as 2025. It is the same conclusion.
I think we're talking past each other. What I'm trying to get back to is the process that you used, okay? And you keep on saying, if I understand your answer, that the data is correct. That's not what I'm getting into now. What I'm asking is about the methodology that you used, okay?
Okay.
The methodology that you used with respect to the 3 summer one winner allocator was to take data that is a year beyond the test year and attempt to use that data to design rates for the test year. That's the methodology you used, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
That is the number, okay, how is that it? That is the input into designing a allocators. And that allocator is now subject to approval from the commission. And I said before, I don't think the future test year rule apply to the modeling run or the input into our rate design. So we just have to agree to disagree. I don't think that apply to the model run.
Well,
And
the model, so again, sorry, go
no,
ahead.
and this is what we use to develop the allocators.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay, but you've just stated that the allocator has a direct impact on all customer rates.
It has a impact on allocating ESA costs, and the ESA cost is part of the total revenue requirement to
So
each allocated to each customer class.
So I take that as a yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Ultimately, into when you talk about rate, I mean, between revenue requirement, allocated revenue requirement to rate, that is a lot other steps. So
yeah, I understand. And that's how all of the allocators work, including the allocators in the COST model that Mr. Casas ran. Isn't that a fair statement?
yes.
Okay. If you had, instead of using this modified 3 summer, 1 winter allocator for the ESAs, if you had simply allocated those ESA costs using the unmodified or the 3 summer, 1 winter allocator in your rates, you would still be able to collect all of your ESA costs from your ratepayers, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask you a hypothetical. I don't think we need to bring them up, but my hypothetical will concern Mr. Casas' corrected version of his AC5 page 4 and your table SC1 rebuttal. If you need to look at those, you certainly can, but I don't want to, I'm going to do a hypothetical about how those two would operate together under a hypothetical situation, okay?
Okay.
If instead of showing an approximate $10 million benefit to the system, Mr. Casas's analysis had shown a $1 million cost. Okay, that's the first part of my hypothetical. I want you to assume that.
Okay.
And I also want you to assume that when you did your calculation in rebuttal table SC1, you still came up with a $953,000 positive charge. Okay?
Okay.
If that had occurred, what would PNM be asking for as the contribution to production component of rate 36B in this case?
Okay, let me understand. The number that you quoted from, or assume, coming out of Mr. Casas' corrected AC5, page 405 is how much?
It would be, once the offset was done and the entire calculation was finished, that there was a positive figure of $1 million.
Okay. So if it's $1 million, a positive number, then we will derive a contribution to production component using corrected AC5, and that will be a positive number. And then in here for the P&M table SC1 rebuttal will be a positive number, will be the 45 cents. So what do we show up on the tariff will be the sum of the two.
Okay. So if I understand your response, if both tables had showed up with a positive response, you'd add them together. And that the resulting rate would be your proposed contribution to production component of rate 36B.
Yes.
What we have in this situation is that Mr. Casas's offset number is a benefit of approximately $10 million. Why wouldn't you go and do the same final calculation and add Mr. Casas's negative 10 million number to your positive 953,000 and come up with a resulting number and calculate the rate 36B contribution to production doing that calculation?
Because pursuant to Exhibit D2, we laid out in the calculation, if it's a negative number, your contribution to production component set to 0. So what I'm looking at is separately corrected P&M Exhibit AC5, page 405, bottom line, contribution to production component 0. Because Exhibit D2 said, if you calculate it, if the offset is greater, then you do a 0. The contribution to production component will be 0. Then whenever we go into P&M table SC1 rebuttal, following Exhibit D2, the production revenue requirement is greater than the production revenue requirement offset, resulting in a positive number of 953,000. And based on that calculation, the bottom line contribution to production component is 45 cents. So when I say we add them up, we add the per Exhibit D2 contribution to production from other resources plus the contribution to production component from the ESA. And that's the sum of the two. I did not go up, and I don't think it's appropriate to go up and look at equivalent is my line 15 on my table, P&M table SC-1. What you're saying, what you're trying to say, or you said, is to net those two lines together. And we need to go into the bottom per Exhibit D2, go through all the calculation, come up with your contribution to production component, then add the two rates together. Not the dollar amount, but the resulting production contribution to production component together. And that's our position.
Isn't it true that you only arrive at 0 after you do the offset? So if you did the offset correctly and added the two numbers together on, and what I'm talking about is in your rebuttal, let me get to that table. Your line 15, which is before you get to the bottom of the page of your charge, your line 15, and reconcile that with the figure that appears, it's not given a line number, but it is called, it is where the, in NM area 45, it is called the difference of 1 and 2, which is the calculation of adding the production of revenue requirement from P&M and to the production of revenue requirement offset before you get to the 0. So what I'm suggesting to you, why Why doesn't this reconciliation of these two tables occur before you get to 0?
Because these calculation is per exhibit D2. Exhibit D2 say you have to go all the way to the contribution to production component calculation.
So I guess we get back to the basic disagreement that we have. Your position, your company's position is that you can do two separate distinct calculations under D2, and you don't have to reconcile them. Is that your basic position?
When you say reconcile, meaning offset each other?
Yes.
No, in my rebuttal, I already said, we PNMs believe it is appropriate the way that we propose it, which is go through exhibit D2, get to the contribution to production component, and then add the two numbers together. And however, if the commission believe it is fair, reasonable to net the two, then I think it's a commission decision, but you are correct. PNM's position is those two should not be netted against each other. And we calculate the two separate calculation pursuant to exhibit D2. And we believe that exhibit D2 and the SSC were not meant to prevent PNM from properly allocating cost to the customer classes.
The purpose of zeroing out is just to make sure that there is no net adverse impact on other customers. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Would it be a good time to take a break, Mr. Gould?
Absolutely. This would be a good time. I'm going to move in a slightly different direction. Thank you.
Okay. I paused your cross-examination time at 39 minutes and 8 seconds. And we'll start at that point with Ms.
I
Chan.
promise I won't wander off. Thank you.
Okay. Sure. We're in recess until approximately 10:46.
So Mr. Maderos is, needed to step away for the break from now through lunch. So I'm going to take over the role of presiding officer. I've
You
happily
want this on the
delegated that to
record,
him.
Mr. Ryan?
No, I don't think that's necessary. It's really just he had matters to attend to that he needed to deal with. So you have me.
I'm ready when you are.
Yeah. All right. So let me just before 39 minutes and 8 seconds is where he left. And so Mr. Gould, I mean, I've been listening the whole time, but Mr. Maderos has been the official keeper of time. You're going to continue going plus 39. You're going to go beyond 39 minutes and 8 seconds and take more time, which I will record and add those two together. And then that will be subtracted from a different portion of and I'll figure out exactly where they get subtracted. I just want to make sure I get the number correct. If I said things correctly.
You have, and the agreement that I stated with Mr. Maderos was all of the extra time that I'm using for Ms. Chan will be taken from our cross-examination of Mr. Casas. No other
Gotcha.
witness. Okay,
Okay.
thank
All
you.
right, so I'm going to put the timer up on my side here, which requires me actually to dump the participants thing, which will be tricky because if anyone gets thrown out, I will not be able to see who's in the waiting room unless it gives me a little notation here. So let me just pull up the apps. Oh. Should be. Oh, I think I have to actually minimize participants to see it.
Mr.
Yeah.
Hearing Examiner, I will, I know this is not official, but I'll start the timer on my,
No, it's fine. I
my
can
phone
get
as
it
well.
running right now. I'm going to start it up in just a second. But see, this gets into like Ms. Nanasi's point about Zoom, right? As the controller, Anthony can have up, Mr. Maderos can have up the timer, but then he cannot see the participant list. I've been monitoring that in the background. I admitted Ms. Beatles at one point. Folks have come and gone. PNM's witnesses have come and gone. It's a full-scale production. And I don't know if you all remember back, there was an EPE proceeding Mrs. Hurst had, Hearing Examiner Hurst, and they actually had a person come on to be the Zoom driver, if you will. It's a lot of work to produce these things. So anyway, we're off the record. I'm just going to get started now. I have the stopwatch function going. So Mr. Lee, we'll go on the record. And we're back, and Mr. Gould, you can proceed with your cross of Ms. Chan.
Thank you. And as a preliminary matter, Mr. Ryan, you had asked a question of the witness yesterday, and I may refer to it in this next section across. And when we get to that, if I misstate the question you asked of the witness, if you'd please correct me.
Sure, thank you.
I won't get into that now. It might just be confusing. Ms. Chan, I would like you to turn in your direct to the two tables that you have on page 17. Okay. You had stated, and it's clear from this table SC1, and I think you've stated this in your testimony, that PNM made a policy decision that it needed to cap the highest rate increase in this case at 9.65% for any rate class, right?
At 110% of the system average increase. Yes,
Yes, and that's shown in your table SC1, is it not?
yes,
And there are two classes that have that increase under your proposal. Class number 1, the residentials, and class number 20, the street lighting. Oh, excuse me. And the third one is 11B, the water pumping.
that's correct.
Okay. Has your team, the pricing team, established any internal percentage limit on the amount that any one customer class can subsidize another customer class?
let me see whether I understand your question. Let me rephrase it. Are you asking whether the pricing team has determined what is the maximum subsidy that a class will provide?
Yes, let me be a little more clear so that the record is clear. If you look at rate 33B in table SC1, right?
Right?
Under cost of service, just straight cost of service principles, that customer class under current rates would be due a $122,000 rate reduction, right?
Revenue requirement reduction, yes.
Revenue requirement reduction, I'm sorry, thank you. And you have calculated, this is your calculation, that giving that class $122,000 revenue requirement reduction would amount to a 53.97% overall reduction in that customer class's rates. Do you see that?
Yes.
That's the percentage I'm talking about. Has the pricing team internally developed a cap and said 50, our cap is going to be 50, no rate class, and this is a hypothetical, no rate class will be required to subsidize any other rate classes more than 50%. Have you established that kind of cap?
No.
Would you think that that kind of cap would be a reasonable thing for your pricing team to do?
Okay, so in this situation, the main purpose or the main goal for the banding is to look at residential class. The goal or the proposal is to cap that increase at 110% of system average. So that is it's not set in stone, but that is the starting point. We want to keep the residential increase at 110% of system average. With that, I think it's a lot of calculation, iterations to come up with what the lower band needs to be. We have to, in order to achieve the banding goal or the targeted increase for residential, we have to keep a lot of the other classes constant, like what we've done in here. We cannot, it is going to be close to impossible to specifically get each class a different reduction or increase and still achieve 110% of the residential class. So, the answer to your question is yes, in theory, it is reasonable. However, in this situation, especially when you look at table SC1, we have all the classes except residential and irrigation, water and sewage, and street light. So only 4 classes see a decrease, increase, sorry. All the other classes will see a decrease. So in order to do what you said, it is close to impossible because we need to make sure residential customer is at 110%. So this is a very different situation than past rate cases when you only have few classes that will see a decrease. This is way too many classes that see a decrease, that if we want to keep a minimum decrease, I think it is very difficult to balance that.
Yes, and I guess my question was not clear enough. I didn't ask you to defend what you've done. I'm simply asking a very simple question, so I'm going to repeat it. Internally, in your pricing team, have you made a policy decision that there should be a percentage limit on what any one rate class is required to, at the level of which any one rate class is required to subsidize the other customers in P&M system? Have you made that determination? And if so,
No.
could you give me the percentage?
No.
The answer is no. Okay. And would you agree with me that the reason that you are in this situation, which you said is nearly impossible to correct, is that you've let your rates drift very far from cost of service principles?
Okay, when you say we let the rate drift very far, I disagree with that, because in 2016, we filed a case. We tried to move it to a cost-based rate. We tried to do the banding to move us there, and we end up with a pro rata increase. And okay, with the pro rata increase, that is not a reflection of the cost. It's not we tried to do in 2016 case. So I won't take the responsibility in saying that's our doing, that we let our rates to move away from cost.
I'll rephrase. I didn't, I did incorrectly phrase the question. Let us all take responsibility, okay? So there's not a blame in this question.
Okay.
Haven't we all, as P&M customers and the company, let this situation where we've drifted away from cost of service principles, let this situation get out of control? And we all have the responsibility, including the commission, we all have the responsibility to start to correct that.
I agree. Like what I said yesterday, our rate cases, at least the rate increase, the banding, it's driven by residential class increase. And it is not a P&M issue only. And I appreciate what you said. If we really truly wants to move our rate closer to cost base, every party needs to participate and we need to work together. And that is something that I would like to see the PRAC, the Pricing Advisory Committee, to work on it. And I think I presented to the stakeholder in one of the meetings. Banding, you are moving dollars around to accomplish certain policy decision. And at the end, $790 million is what P&M needs to collect. And who is going to bear the increase? Part of it is have to be a policy decision. So I appreciate when you said everybody needs to be responsible and willing to work towards a solution. P&M alone, we try in every rate case.
You understand from the filed testimony that my client Anna Maria has put into the record that we support both banding and the principle of gradualism. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to very briefly, and I'm going to try to go through this quickly, the direct testimony of Brian C. Andrews. And I want you to turn to page 47. The Andrews testimony was filed in this case on June 23rd, 2023.
Wait a second, let me.
Now, take all the time you need.
Okay.
We may try to get it up on the screen, but it's a lot to do. Here it is. Is that your screen or is that? Okay, that's exactly what I want to ask you about. Can you see that, Ms. Chan?
Yes.
Okay. Anna Maria has proposed a alternate banding proposal to the banding proposal that's included in your table SC2. That's your understanding, correct?
Correct.
And this table BCA 14 is that banding proposal,
That's my understanding.
okay? And it does not do away with the interclass rate subsidies, does it?
It is show that every class has a increase except 15B university and 36B SSR renewable. So everyone has a increase except those classes.
And also 5B.
Yes.
Okay. So from this, I mean, you may not agree, and I'm not asking you to agree. For you understand that there are other banding proposals that the commission might consider to be reasonable.
Yes.
Okay. And if you would, I want you to turn to Mr. Andrews' rebuttal. And let me get the exact page. And I'm looking at pages 9 through 16 of Mr. Andrews' rebuttal.
Okay.
Have you reviewed this testimony?
I reviewed it once, yes.
Okay. And at the bottom, you see heading number Roman numeral 4, response to banding proposals.
Numeral, which page?
Page 9.
Page 9. Yes.
And without getting into a lot of detail, is it accurate to say that in that rebuttal, Anna Maria is supporting as a reasonable banding proposal, the banding proposal of the Attorney General?
Can you ask it again, the question?
Is it in this rebuttal, is Anna Maria now supporting the banding proposal made by the Attorney General? Take your time.
Okay, on Mr. Andrews' rebuttal, page 13, line 2, it said yes, but with one minor modification.
Okay. But I just wanted to confirm for the record and make sure it's out there that Anna Maria does support banding. And the purpose of banding is rate gradualism so that no rate class has an inordinate rate shock as a result of the revenue requirement the commission establishes in this case. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, but I also want to make sure that we all understand that if you go back to Mr. Andrews' testimony, rebuttal testimony, page 10, table rebuttal, table BCA-1 banding proposal. When he listed all these banding proposal from the various party and they show, the upper band and the lower band, those are not the same, based on the same revenue requirement that PNM asked for in this rate case filing. And I believe in my testimony, rebuttal testimony, I said, if revenue requirement changes and all these proposed alternative solution to the banding is based on wider band, is because they have a different revenue requirement. And with that caveat, yes, that may be room for more or for a wider band.
Okay, you anticipated my next question, so I'll move on from that line of cross-examination. I would like now to, and this is where I might have to have some help from Mr. Ryan. Do you recall yesterday when hearing examiner Ryan asked you if PNM had any data that linked PNM's rates to companies' decisions to come to New Mexico? If there was any data that a company's decision not to move was based upon PNM's rates or the subsidies in those rates. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that that information would be very hard for PNM to collect?
From what my understanding from our economic development team, yes, I mean, some of the prospects that decided not to come, they did not provide feedback as far as the reason that they did not come is because of rates, because our rate is not competitive.
And by the same token, there may be companies that are considering coming and they never talk to you. And they just make a decision on moving a plant or setting up operations in another location without ever saying that they considered New Mexico and rejected it. Is that a fair summary of what might go on?
Not to my knowledge that something happened like what you described. It's possible.
Yes, so you wouldn't know about that, so you can't collect that data is my only point.
Yes.
Okay. But would you agree with me that we have clear evidence of the reasons why Meta decided to locate its data center in Los Lunas?
Are you asking why they located? Okay.
Let me be clear.
Yes.
We have, what I'm asking is a very more limited question, and then we'll go into maybe some of the qualitative issues. But would you agree, just as a baseline, that we do have a clear trail of evidence of why Meta decided to locate its data center in Los Lunas?
When you say clear evidence, it's not what you referring to.
Well, in case 160191, that was the original case in which the negotiated rate for the Meta data center was put in front of the commission, right?
Correct.
And in that filing, if you know, there was a complete description, or there was a description of why Meta had decided to come to New Mexico versus other locations. Isn't that true?
Subject to check. I think that is included in the application.
Yes. And then further developing the clear evidence of what Meta's intentions were and what its future intentions were. In case 1800269, there was an application for expansion of the data center purchase power agreements. Isn't that, or additional purchase power agreements? Is that your understanding of that case?
Yes.
And as part of that expansion, both of the actual data center site, Meta wanted to increase the amount of renewable energy it was purchasing to cover that increased load. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
So we have clear evidence in the application in that case of what Meta's intentions were and why it wanted to expand its operations in New Mexico. Would that be a fair statement?
In in the application, it states expansion and the need to acquire additional resources. I don't recall, and maybe I just forgot whether in that application, it's clear layout why they decided to expand. Is because they decided to expand because PNM's rate is competitive, or I don't recall, I don't remember.
Yeah, and I'm not asking to get into the details, but we do have evidence that they were expanding and they were intending to increase their footprint, right?
Yes, but when you say why, I don't think that's a why there, at least not that to my recollection, like explain why they are expanding. They are expanding.
And then in 210031, there were additional purchase power agreements and energy storage agreements that PNM sought approval of on behalf of the Meta data center, right?
Correct.
And PNM described why those were necessary, and it also described that the data center was continuing to increase the load at its data center, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in that, and we've mentioned this before, and in that case, as one of the other approvals that PNM sought was an amendment or an addendum to Exhibit D2, which we spent a lot of time discussing yesterday. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And the commission approved some of those ESAs and some of those PPAs and not others. Is that a fair statement?
When you say
Well, let me ask a better. The commission in that case approved most of the application, but denied part of the application that had to do with a 50 megawatt energy storage agreement. Do you recall that?
the addendum. But
Exactly.
subsequently, the 50 megawatt of ESA is approved, right? If I remember correctly.
Yes. Yeah. So that again, it provides evidence of what Meta's intentions are in New Mexico, which is to expand its data center and to provide for 100%, if they can, 100% to cover that load with 100% renewables. Is that your understanding? Okay. Would you turn to the direct testimony of Mr. Ortiz, please? Which was filed on behalf of Enameria.
Okay. Give me a second.
Sure.
I have it.
Okay. Would you turn to page 2 of that direct testimony?
Yes.
Would you agree with, let me just make sure, with Mr. I'm looking at page 4 at the bottom. There's a Q&A that starts on line 16. Do you see that? Would you just look at that?
Yes.
Let me know when you've reviewed it, please.
Yes.
And you agree that PNM, New Mexico, were in competition with other states at the initial phase of the decision that Meta was making where to locate this data center?
That's my understanding.
And one of the primary reasons, as Mr. Ortiz states on page 4 is that it was able to negotiate a special service contract and the associated tariffs that Meta felt served its needs for the data center, correct?
Yes.
Okay, if you would flip back onto page 2, and I'm looking at line 6, please describe the basis for your knowledge of rate 36B. And if you
Yes.
would review that and let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Do you have any reason to disagree with any of those statements in there that Mr. Ortiz made about his work at PNM or his involvement with the Meta contracts?
No.
At one time, was Mr. Ortiz, was he your boss or in your chain of command?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and do you have an opinion about his competence or his truthfulness?
No.
So do you believe that Mr. Ortiz was a competent manager when he was at the company?
Absolutely.
Okay. And do you believe, did your experience with him lead you to believe that he is a truthful witness?
Yes.
Okay. And you, as part of what he says there, excuse me, is on line 13 that he negotiated the second amended special service contract with the data center on PNM after he left PNM, but did that on a contract basis. Were you aware of that?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And if the commission, and I'm going to say this as having trouble formulating how I exactly want to say this, so I'll just go out and say it. From the commission's perspective, when it's looking at how to interpret D2, okay, and how it's related to the special service contract and rate 36B, do you think that the commission should accord more weight to Mr. Ortiz's testimony about the meaning of that contract, since he was intimately involved in negotiating that, rather than your interpretation of that
Objection.
contract?
Hold on, Mr. Gould, what's the objection?
I mean, the objection is to an extent relevance and just unfair play. You're asking Miss Chan as a former employee of Mr. Ortiz to weigh in on whether the commission should accord his testimony with more weight than hers. I don't think Mr. Ortiz Mr. Ortiz's prior employment and work on this is what it is, and the commission can adjudge that. I don't think it's fair or relevant to have Miss Chan try to weigh in on that.
Mr. Gould?
This is fair cross-examination. Miss Chan spent considerable time yesterday and even I think this morning stating that she has a very specific understanding and interpretation of that contract. And so the interpretation of the contract is a central issue in the case. And it's not an immaterial issue because it could result in additional, depending on which way the commission goes, result in additional $950,000 in charges to the Meta client.
It's a problematic question because you're asking Ms. Chan. I'll overrule the objection and I'll allow Ms. Chan to answer, but I understand the nature of the objection. Mr. Williger and the finder of fact will bear in mind what you've said.
Why don't
So,
I do
go ahead.
this? Why don't I withdraw the question and we'll move on?
Thank you.
Okay. Yesterday, Mr. Medeiros as part of the ongoing colloquy had mentioned the availability of PNM's economic development rate, and as perhaps an alternative to rate 36B. I hope I'm not misstating his question. Do you recall that, Ms. Chan?
I recall the discussion about economic development rate, but I don't think it was related to 36B. I think it was about the competitiveness of our rates, because you question about the commercial or business customer, quote unquote, subsidized residential customer, and therefore the rate is not competitive. And I think hearing examiner Madero said that, but that is also economic development tariff that's available to help to attract businesses. I mean, that's my recollection.
That's my recollection as well. And I don't mean to talk over you, Ms. Chan, but I'll just say for the record, that's what I heard Mr. Madero say as well.
I think you're both right. So I want to ask just a couple of high-level questions about that economic development rate, okay?
Can I ask that Ms. Gould take down Mr. Ortiz's testimony so we can have the full screen? I don't think it's
Yeah,
relevant.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Wellegree. If it's possible, and I know this is what part of the problem with sharing screen in Zoom, you forget that you're sharing screen.
Okay.
For the drivers, make sure when you're done sharing, just take it down. It's not a criticism. I do it all the time too.
I'm gonna look at a couple of other things, but it's great to have it off the screen for now. As a general matter, and you have jurisdiction within the company over rate rider 45, which is your economic development rate, right?
Correct.
And generally, your understanding is that when a company is awarded or approved for an economic development rate, they get a discounted rate from the rate for which they'd normally apply, right?
For a period of time.
Exactly. So under PNM's rate rider 45, the maximum discount that they can have is 50% off of the normal rate that they would ordinarily apply for.
And it's 50% discount over for existing customer is over the incremental demand. That's definition in rider 45, what that means. It's a 50% discount, not on all the KW, all the demand. It's just a certain portion applying to new customer or existing customers.
So if a new customer comes in with new demand, they can request a economic development rate for that whole new demand, right?
That's correct. And that is the request. But the rider 45 also said that's the maximum discount for 1 year, that year one. However, we do have the burden of proof to say that the discount is not more than the incremental cost to provide service to that customer. So that is not just blindly we give them 50% discount. That is a check and balance to make sure that is more than the incremental cost to serve them, that we receive revenue that more after the discount is more than the cost to serve them, incremental cost to serve the customer.
And each year, like assuming that the customer qualifies for a 50% discount off the rate, each year that discount goes down by 10% and expires after a maximum of 5 years?
The standard schedule is 4 years. I think it's
Okay.
50%, is at 35%, 20%, and then 10%. And then the customer can ask for request subject to commission approval to have a 5 year, the 5th year discount at 10%. However, what I said before, every year we need to perform the same calculation to make sure that, for example, year 2, the customer gets a 35% discount. The resulting revenue is still more than the cost to serve them, the incremental cost to serve them.
Okay. And so there's two takeaways from this discussion, and I just want to summarize them and ask you if I'm accurate. Number one, it's a rate that's pretty limited, number one, and number two, it's a temporary rate. It's not a permanent rate.
When you say limited, you mean?
Only certain customers with incremental load or new load can apply and get this rate.
That is for existing customer, that is certain minimum incremental demand requirement.
Okay,
And then
So-
also, one thing I just want to
sure, go ahead.
record clear, the customer who received the discount also has a requirement for them to sign a contract. So if they receive a 4 years discount, they need to sign a 8-year contract. If they receive a 5-year discount, they are required also to sign a 10 years contract. So to make sure that they don't just come get the discount and then leave. So that's what we require them to do.
And that contract has to be approved by the commission, does it not? It becomes part of the application for that rate?
It's become part of the application.
And over the time period that rate 45 has been in effect, there's been only 2 customers that have satisfied all those criteria and have received approval. Correct?
Subject to check. I believe we have more than 2.
Okay. But it's a limited number. It's under 10. It's not any, it's under 10 customers that have applied and received approval, right?
That's correct.
So it's a very limited type of rate class that is different from what we're talking about in this case, right?
It is up to the customers that it is not a PNN initiate a process. It's up to the customer to ask for the discount. So when you say it's limited because the customer or potential customers, they don't believe they need the discount, therefore they didn't ask for it. So I don't know, when you say limited, it's limited, it's not because it's.
No, I wasn't meaning that you limited it. What I meant, and I'll ask a clear question, that over the period of time that rate 45 has been in effect, there have been very few approvals of customers to receive that rate. Is that a fair statement?
Because that's a few, very few requests for the economic development tariff.
Okay. And so here we're talking about permanent rates that a large customer that's thinking about moving in the state, they're not going to be necessarily looking at economic development, but they may be looking at that, but they're also going to be concerned about the long-term prices that PNM is charging for its service, right?
I will agree with that. As
Okay.
a consideration.
In other words, you're not going to move a big manufacturing process to New Mexico just for a 5-year benefit, are you? You wouldn't think that would be reasonable.
I don't run a manufacturing business, but for me, I will looking at longer term. Yes.
Okay.
Hold on one second, Mr. Gould. I'm going to pause your time right there. How much more time do you have with Ms. Chan, Mr. Gould?
Maybe 15 minutes.
All right. So in light of that, I received a message from Commissioner Ellison, and he would like to ask the witness some questions. And he has an obligation between 1 and 4 that precludes him from asking during those periods of time. Can I interrupt you and have Commissioner Ellison ask his questions, given the significance of his participation in all this?
Absolutely. And any other party or commissioner that needs to interrupt can do so. I'll give blanket. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ellison, are you there, sir? There he is. And you're on mute, Commissioner.
Yes, I am. Thank you. I apologize for the interruption, but as Mr. Ryan said, I'm not going to be able to participate from 1 to 4 this afternoon due to an obligation. Hi, Ms. Chan. I just wanted to ask you a few questions.
Okay, good morning.
You know, I did want to get a better feeling for the overall process that you're using. You know, I'm looking back at that figure SC1 that I know was touched upon before, where you have this diagram of the process. You know, and I also read that the process is one in which you, after the revenue requirements are calculated, then you functionalize those revenue requirements into production, transmission, and distribution. Is that correct?
Plus customer related costs.
Customer costs as well. Okay. And then you further classify those into production, demand, and customer related categories. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so would those be subsets of the functional, I guess, these functional categories?
Would that be subset? So that is more items to sum up to, for example, production demand. And each of those items may have a different allocators to allocate to the different customer classes. So to answer your question, yes, production demand will end up with one number, but that number is made up of subset as you described.
So for example, in the functional weighting, we have transmission 30% is what you've calculated here. Would that be further broken up into demand related, customer related categories, or is that not how that would work?
So Commissioner, you are referring to the energy storage agreement, the 30?
No, I'm just talking broadly overall.
Okay. What, like I explained before, for example, transmission, it is a lot of other line items that add up to be transmission demand. So each of those line items we functionalize as transmission, and then we also classify whether it's fixed charge, then we will classify it as transmission demand. And we do that, and all of that add up to be the transmission number. So it's a lot of other line to make sum up to the transmission, total transmission demand.
Okay, so if I'm understanding, after you get the revenue requirement and you look at the functional weighting, and let's say you've determined the transmission to be at 30%, then you would look at how much of that 30% of transmission is a fixed cost versus a variable cost?
So the 30% that you're referring to is very specific just to the ESAs. For all the other, if we...
Okay, that's great. Yeah, I guess it was I guess there was so much focus on the ESAs previously that I was thinking that was a more that was a more broad determination, but that's not the functional weighting for the overall revenue requirement.
No, it is not. When we receive the revenue requirement, we functionalize based on, which part of the system benefits, whether it's production, transmission. We do not assign any specific weighting. The reason that we need to do that for the ESA is because it's completely brand new in our test period, and is storage is a multifunctional benefits, different several parts of the system. And that's the reason that we need to have a weighting for that specific line item. Otherwise, we don't do a predetermined or preset percentage and say, yeah, this line item 30% to transmission and 67% to production.
Okay, and if we look back at your figure SC1, how does it represent, as what I understand, these three main steps in the process where you functionalize, you classify, and then you allocate to the customer classes?
Okay, so we get the revenue requirement, retail revenue requirement from Mr. Sanders. And those numbers come in with certain level of details, whether they are production, transmission, and distribution categories. So we accept, or the cost model take in that level of detail and put it in the cost model that is sponsored by Mr. Casas. And in that model, the model does the further functionalization of all those costs to production, transmission, distribution, customer related. And after that is done in a system, total system point of view, then what we need to do is to allocate then. So total transmission, for example, total transmission cost, we said, okay, transmission revenue requirement is a fixed cost. Therefore, it is going to be allocated, and we classify as transmission demand. And we have a total number. And then and a lot of lines, item make up that total number. And how are we going to allocate each of those system total line item to the different customer classes? That is whenever the test period cost allocator come into play. So based on the forecasting information received, then Mr. Casa will develop, we call allocators for the different type of cost. For example, transmission demand is a demand related cost. So what we have developed is what we call a 3 summer, 1 winter, 4 CP. So we believe transmission demand is appropriate to be allocated based on the customer's class coincident demand at those 4 hours that we lay out in. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry, if I could just interrupt. I wanted to better understand, you have here Mr. Sanders calculates the retail revenue requirements, but didn't he also do a cost of service calculation?
That is the same, the cost of service and revenue requirements.
Okay. So he calculated that headline number, revenue requirement, cost of service, but he did not allocate that to any particular class of customer.
That's correct. That is being done in the cost model.
Okay. Let's see. And in terms of the banding, I'm also looking at let's see, what page was it in your testimony where you've got that table with the banding?
17, page 17.
Great, thank you. So looking at the table on page 17, I'm wondering, just for the sake of analysis, what it would look like if we did something a little different where instead of fixing the residential customer at a certain level and then looking at what has to happen, if instead we thought about having no change in rates for those customers who were providing a subsidy, and then seeing what would need to happen on the residential and other classes. Has that sort of analysis been done?
Yes, we did a scenario to do exactly what you suggested. We hold all the other classes at 0 increase. And if I recall correctly, the residential class will see a 19% increase. That is keeping every class that see a decrease at 0. So meaning keeping them the current rate. And that's class, it would be 19%. And of course, we ran that scenario right before we finalized the revenue requirement number that we submitted in the filing, but it's very close. I mean, those numbers are very close.
And it does seem that some of the customers who are providing a subsidy are providing a very small level of subsidy, like 3%, 2%, 5% subsidy. So in holding those customers to no change, what would they go to the other side where they are how would you say, below Unity and receiving a subsidy?
Okay, let me try to understand. Your question is for those classes that has, for example, 3B and 3D, if they have a very low, based on the cost base, they would have seen a 2.72% decrease. What you're saying is if we put them at 0% increase?
Right, would they then be receiving a subsidy in effect?
No, I don't think so, because they will still providing even at 0, they should see a 2.72% decrease. So if they receive a 0 increase and not a decrease, that means they are still providing, or the revenue will be more than the cost to serve them.
Okay, is there any way I could see that analysis? I would be just interested in seeing the results of that chart.
Okay, what is the specific? Do you want to see specific class as a 0 increase, or just want to make sure I understand the ask?
Okay, so I mean, ideally, what I'd want to see is, to fix, I guess, the customers who are providing a subsidy now to have a 0% increase in rates, Unless that puts them in a position where, you know, they are receiving a subsidy. So, and then for the remaining customers to increase rates the same percentage until you reach your revenue requirement.
And I believe we're at bench request 8 at this point, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, Mr. Welliger?
I just trying to go through them. 5 was Cervantes, 6 was Sanchez, 7 was Heffington. Yes, we're at 8. Sorry.
No problem. Just want to confirm. And Ms. Chan, do you need further clarification for Commissioner Ellison as to what he specifically would like?
Yes, I want to make sure that we provide exactly what Commissioner wants to see. So look at table SC1. We are going to have all those classes, so that will be 2, 3B, 3D, 3C, 3E.
I'm sorry, man. 2, 3B.
2, 3B, 3D, 3C, 3E, 4B, 5B, 15B, 30B, 33B, 35B, 36B, and 6. Those are the classes that see a decrease. So you would like to see them as 0 increase, regardless how big the decrease or how big the negative is. You just want to see all of those classes with a negative, regardless of percentage, at 0% increase.
Yes, that's my thinking, just for the sake of analysis.
And the impact that'll flow to those other classes from doing that. Is that correct, Commissioner Ellison?
Yes, that is
I understood.
correct. So that would leave what? Residential, water pumping, street lighting. So and irrigation, I guess only 4 classes, is that right?
That's
and
correct.
if we assume that we would just increase all of those 4 at the same percentage in order to attain the revenue requirement that you've specified.
Okay, well, we will attempt to do that. I don't know whether the same percentage, we can apply the same percentage increase. Well, we'll do the best, and if we come up with a different percentage, we'll explain it in the bench request response.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
And I think, Ms. Chan, I mean, I understand what you said there a moment ago about it will be harder to show what the impact will be if we increase them all. I mean, if you can, as you have here, show what Commissioner Ellison just requested, but then also show us, what would be, for purposes of just purely cost-based, where the revenue requirement would be distributed to those classes, as it is already set out in table SC1. Am I making sense?
I don't.
Well, so you basically have that the residential class to pay for its cost of service would have to have a 25% increase. So I assume when you begin to manipulate those other numbers and make them all 0, then that residential class will naturally grow in some proportion based on the data that already exists there. So I'm just saying, provide what Commissioner Ellison was at, which would be an equal distribution of the increase to all of the remaining classes versus how it would normally be distributed under the present assumptions built into this table. Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay.
So can I just clarify so we're just all clear? So under your scenario, Hearing Examiner Ryan, like street lighting, since it has the biggest percentage change, would maybe get a higher weight of an increase than the next class, which is
right,
water pumping, and then residential, and then last would be irrigation. Is that
right.
what
Because each of these classes have some percentage requirement to the total revenue requirement. So if you zero out the folks who are already subsidizing, what would they just naturally absorb in terms of their responsibility for those payments? Does that make sense?
I think so.
Okay.
No, to get into the calculation and yes,
If we run into hurdles, we can update you.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
We can always iterate if we get something back other than what we were expecting. And obviously the idea behind that request is just to think about if we wanted to sort of gradually address this issue of the cross subsidization, what would this particular scenario look like?
Understood.
I wanted to ask, I guess, about the customer charge issue, the fixed monthly charge issue. Would that be best to address to Dr. Pitts, or who would be the appropriate witness?
Dr. Pitt will be the one.
Okay, I'll save my customer charge questions for her then. I also wanted to find out regarding the BB2 line. You do not mention that in your testimony. Who would be the best witness to have additional questions for about that?
When you say BB2 line related to the cost?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellison, that Wesley Gray was the primary witness that testified regarding BB2. He testified last week, I believe, but he as to the cost and not, if we're talking cost and not cost allocation, that is Mr. Gray.
Well, I guess my main concern is the cost allocation, is how the cost of that line is being allocated as proposed. Would that also be Mr. Gray, or?
No, if we're talking about cost allocation, that would be pricing.
I think, first of all, we need to look at whether the revenue requirement detail that coming from Mr. Sanders will have a line item that identify the cost related to the BB2 line. Because if we don't have that level of detail, then the BB2 line cost is probably included in a category of cost that's being allocated. So we just need to know where the BB2 line costs show up in Mr. Sanders' revenue requirement. Then maybe we can trace it back and into the cost model and see how that's being allocated.
Okay, I understand your position is that that's a network resource, and I want to dig into that issue a little bit with someone to really better understand whether that's the case. Would you suggest who would be the best person to ask questions of about that?
I mean, definitely pricing, we cannot speak to whether it's a system benefit or a system resource. Would that be between Mr. Gray and Mr. Sanders?
I think we would have Mr. Sanders testify to that, Commissioner. So if we would like to if we'd like to recall Mr. Sanders, we can make arrangements to do that, maybe perhaps tomorrow or, some other day.
Okay, well, I will look back through his testimony and see if I can find anything in there. And if not, I may take you up on that and ask to speak with him some.
Yeah, and just for the record, I mean, Mr. Sanders addresses the BB2 transmission line at page 138 of his direct. It's a relatively short amount of testimony. It only goes over to 139. In the course of that testimony, he points to witness Gray and says, see his testimony for further discussion, and does that in the context of the transmission demand allocators. So it may well be that it's Mr. Gray. But Commissioner Ellison, I think if there is time next week too, I mean, we can just make this work for you. And I think you should feel absolutely comfortable to ask whatever you feel like you need to ask from those witnesses, and we'll just make the time.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it. And one final thing on the time of use pilot as to the actual rate schedule being proposed, is that witness Pitts as well?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll reserve my questions on that for her as well. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, it's 11:57 right now, so we'll I believe we would go back to Mr. Gould, but we're going to take the lunch break, Mr. Gould, and then come back at we'll call it at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess till 1 o'clock. we'll go back on the record in a second. Mr. Maderos is going to rejoin us, so let's just wait, David, before we
You bet.
do anything. And then maybe before we go back on the record, Mr. Maderos, when I took over for you when you were away, Mr. Gould had gone 39 minutes into overtime, and then he utilized another 41 minutes during the time you were away. It's a total of 80, which, if the spreadsheet is correct, he would end up with an hour, 125 minutes with Mr. Costas, which translates to 2 hours and 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry, hearing examiner Ryan. I was trying to get the headphones here connected. They were playing another source here.
No problem. Mr. Gould, did you hear what I said? Does that comport with your understanding?
Why don't I?
So
Ms. Gould,
Yes.
where are we at?
What Mr. Ryan said was correct. The total before Mr. Maderos left, Mr. Gould was in 39 minutes of overtime, and then after he accrued additional 41 minutes of overtime, meaning that's 80 minutes, an additional 80 minutes to take away from Mr. Casas. He currently has 205, so 205 minus 80 equals
125. Yeah, so 2 hours and 5 minutes across with Mr. Casas, or 125 minutes.
Correct.
and we think we have 15 minutes or less remaining on Ms. Chan. So we'll get through that so that other parties can, and the hearing examiners can cross, and Mr. Williger can do her recross.
I'm reducing the Casas cross examination time for New Mexico area to 125.
Correct.
Okay, and I will start the stopwatch anew when we're ready to continue the cross examination of Ms. Chan by New Mexico area, which I believe is right now. Is that correct, Mr. Gould?
Ready to go. Yes, sir.
All right. So we weren't on the record there, just doing that preliminary business. Mr. Lee will go back on.
Okay. Good afternoon. I hope everybody had a pleasant lunch on this day 7 of hearings. We're about to resume the cross-examination of Ms. Chan by New Mexico area. Mr. Gould, are you prepared to continue?
Yes, I am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Chan, I realized when I went back through some of the exchange we had yesterday, there were a couple of dangling matters that I just want to really quickly clear up. You recall yesterday when we were discussing rate rider 49, which is the reconciliation rider?
Yes.
There is a definition of coincident peak hours in there. But there are no specific hours designated. Could you tell me what hours PNM designates as coincident peak hours?
In this rate case for allocation purposes?
Yes, ma'am.
Give me a second. Can I refer back to a table that is in a response to to ABCWUA. Set 6.
Is that the sixth set that you're looking for?
Yeah, I have it. I just want to see whether that's another source that I can refer to. That's more direct.
Okay.
Okay, I think you can refer back to NM area's witness, ABCWUA's witness Herringer's testimony, that he has a summary table also. So both of the sources is list PNM's proposed coincident peak in this rate case. So I don't know which one would you like to go to. So I just want to make sure everybody has.
Yeah, let's go to Herringer's testimony because that way we don't have to create a different exhibit.
I have on the screen the sixth set. Would you prefer me to go to Herringer's testimony?
PNM, what would you prefer to do?
Whatever is easier for me.
Why don't we use the sixth set and we'll make this is, just for the record, Mr. Hearing Examiner's interrogatory ABCWUA 611. And there is a table in the response to 611. And we'll make that NM area exhibit, where are we at? 47, right? 46?
I think it's 46. I'll check.
46, I think you're right. Okay,
I'm looking at Dropbox and there's a 45, so it may be, unless someone hasn't entered something, it is 46.
okay, so if you would describe this table and just quickly answer, what are the peak hours, the coincident peak hours that you're proposing in this case?
Okay, so based on this exhibit, the set of hours that we use as the system peak to allocate all other resources, excluding ESAs, is on the first call in the second column, say unmodified 3 summer 1 winter hours. So is this June 28, hour beginning 17, that's 5 o'clock, and July 18 is the same hour, and August is hour beginning 16, and in December is December 18, hour beginning 19. So this is the hour that we use it as the system peak for allocating other resources. And the coincident peak of each class, meaning each customer's class contribution to that peak, that will be in the cost model, the number. So this is the system peak that we use. And then we'll go with our data with this system peak, then we look at each customer class contribution to that peak at those hours. And those number is in the cost model. And if you want me to find the exact tab and line, or I can do that.
I think this is, did you finish?
No, and I just want to go through at the first column or the second column saying modify 3 summer 1 winter. That is the set of system peak hour that we use to allocate the ESA. So you can see June, July, August, December, we're using the same date. The hour is going to be hour beginning 21 for June and July and August, and hour beginning 18 in December. And that is, those hours represent when the ESA will be utilized or dispatched at the maximum level.
Are you finished? I don't want to step on your answer.
No, I'm done. And at the same time, we are using at those hours, we are looking each customer class usage that is coincident peak to those hours. So it's the same method, different hours.
I'd understood it differently. So you're only using a single hour that's designated, or is that like 1700, 5 o'clock on June 28th of 24? Is that the beginning of a 4-hour period?
No, the
Okay,
3 summer, 1 winter, just want to make it clear, the 3 summer, 1 winter, meaning in June, July, August, we pick in those months, we pick the highest hour from each month. So it's single hour. And we do the same thing in December, 1 hour. So it's not, that's why I try to explain, it's not consecutive peak for each of those months. It's 1 day, 1 hour. But then we look at customer class coincident peak at that hour.
The highest hour.
Yeah, that hour that we use for allocation. For that,
I-
because
ahead.
system peak may not be in June 28. We just say, because of this allocation method, we say we're going to use June, July, August. So those are, and December, those are the date with the highest peak. But it could happen that the system peak fall outside those months and those hours. But that's what we pick as, the allocator, 3 summer, 1 winter.
and just to be clear, so that going forward, everybody understands, those hours are the highest hours of load on PNM system on the designated times that you show here.
On the designated, date and
Yeah.
time, but date
Yeah.
and the time is 21 hour beginning 21.
Okay, and that is for the entire system, not for a piece of the system or only certain assets. That's for the entire system. Is that a fair statement?
For the unmodified, is used to allocate the production revenue requirement. And the modify is used to allocate the ESA.
That's not my question. My question is a simpler one, which is that if I look the unmodified, if I look at that hour, that is the highest peak usage of the entire system, not any single part of the system.
Yes, that's the system peak in those hours.
Okay, and what you're calling the modified, those hours are, the source of those hours are the SERVM simulations performed by Nicholas Phillips. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes,
And it only applies to the highest hours, it only applies to Mr. Phillips' estimate of what the highest hours would be for those ESA assets. Is that a fair statement?
that is, you need to clarify with Mr. Phillips, but my understanding, those are the highest hour, the system load net of any resource, renewable resources. So it is, you can call it the net load. It's net of renewable resources.
Okay, so you could call it the net coincident peak hours for ESAs.
The net system peak. I
Okay.
keep on, want to make sure we know coincident peak is talking about classes.
Okay.
Okay.
So, but just to be clear, and I think I can get off this subject with 1 or 2 more questions, just to be clear, the simulations that Mr. Phillips did, and we will ask him about that, but your understanding is they are not based on actual production experience with those assets. They're based on a simulation of how those assets might perform in the test year. I mean, in 2025.
we don't have any battery storage ESA agreement on the system. 2024, the test period is the first time, so that is no historical data, operational data.
Okay, I'm not asking you to defend that. I'm just trying to find out. That's exactly what we're talking about there, right? Okay. And we'll discuss that with Mr. Phillips. I wanted to do one more clear up and see if I could, one area. Could you pull up on the screen, Ms. Gould, NM area 45? And for the sake of clarity, that is the redlined corrected version of PNM AC5, page 405. My co-counsel's being locked out. It can
I don't see her on. I have
Kelly
a
Gould.
participant list.
I see
it
her here.
says-
She's there. And by that,
Alright.
do you mean, is she able to, do you need to be able to share, Ms. Gould? Is that what's going on?
I got kicked out. I'm sorry. I'm back. My internet is wonky, I guess, and now I'm on my
Yeah.
hot. So I apologize. Thank
Let
you.
the record reflect, no one kicked you out.
Oh,
Well-
no one kicked me out. My internet is not working properly.
Destiny kicked her out.
Okay. I can, my heart, my weak heart skipped the beat.
Well, no, and
Just now.
the truth be told, it's useful to know this, that we actually, right now, it's useful that Mr. Maderos is in one location, I'm in another, and he's a host, because if the commission lost internet connection, we would continue this hearing. Otherwise, I would go away and you all would go away too. So there is advantage to having folks in all different places.
Yeah, and
Redundancies.
okay, here we go. If we can go to the corrected PNM exhibit AC5 now. And this may not work. Okay. A
Yes.
couple of quick questions, Ms. Chan. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see it, and I have a hard copy, so.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question about line 2 in the first set of calculations. And you see a number that's called the sum of all retail production capacity coincident peak demands, and it's 1,890,468. Do you see that?
Yes.
That is this is the test period projection of the coincident peak demand of this customer in 2024?
No.
Okay,
This
what is,
this is the sum
okay,
of all customer classes. The number that you are, or the information that you're referring to, is show up on 3, the sum of customers' production coincident peak demand.
okay. Oh, okay. That is the number I'm looking for. The 180,716. You see that? That's the number.
181, yes, 181,716. Yes,
And just to be clear, we covered this yesterday. NM area is in agreement with that revised number as stated in the, I think, the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Ortiz. Okay.
okay.
What does that number represent in terms of megawatts? Is it 181 megawatts?
It's 181 megawatts. It's
Okay.
181,716 kilowatt.
So that's PNM's best estimate of the data center load in 2024.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a way, and tell me if is there a way to go down to the last set of calculations on this, which is the contribution to production component calculation, and go to the number, the dollar number, $9,988,576 and change? Do you see that?
Yes.
Is there a way to convert those dollars into megawatts?
Ooh, okay, what's?
Let me ask a better question. Is there a way for the commission to understand this benefit to the system that's here represented by dollars in megawatts?
In megawatts.
Yes, how much, I guess my question is, how much capacity over and above the capacity of the system energy that it uses is the Meta customer contributing?
I think if you're looking at capacity, one way that you can look at it is in the first set of number, production revenue requirement calculation.
Yes.
The number that you just mentioned, 181,716.
Yes.
Is the CP or the coincident peak of, for rate 3060 customer. Then if you look into the second set, production revenue requirement offset calculation, and you look at part 3, the description, and you see the number 255205.
Yes.
Okay, the difference between those two sets of number represent that how we call it long that the 36B customers responsible for the resources that bring online. So they will bring online 255,205 in capacity term, and the consumption or the demand at the same period of time is 181,716. So
Okay.
if you do the subtraction, let me see, make sure.
I come up with about 87 megawatts, just rounding up.
Okay, so if you do that and multiply that number, is to be exact, it's 73,489. Okay, so the resources is bring in 73,489 on top, in excess of the demand, coincident peak demand of the customer.
Okay.
You take the 73,489, then you multiply it by line, I guess under production revenue requirement calculation, the second part, you see under value, it's $135.92.
Yes.
If you multiply that, that will give you the 9,988,576.
Thank you. And just to finish this line of questioning, we all are aware, because of continuing meetings that the commission has ordered PNM to engage in with stakeholders, that PNM has, because of COVID and supply chain issues, has experienced difficulty in having maybe there has been difficulty in the completion of a lot of the replacement resources that were ordered by the commission in 1995, and then I think there's another case. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
If you know, and
Right.
so it and PNM has been working assiduously to make sure that it can meet its summer peak by doing a lot of different purchases and agreeing to a lot of different agreements just to make sure that it can cover its load. Is that a fair summary statement?
Yes.
So this 73.48 megawatts of capacity that is being contributed to the system by Meta, or will be contributed by the system to the system by Meta free of charge in 2024, is especially valuable or necessary in this time of where P&M is experiencing a shortage of capacity. Would that be a fair statement?
This is, Mr. Phillips can answer how he take this into consideration in his resource planning. I think he can speak, more
Okay,
to that.
but this is capacity that all of the system customers can use. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, potentially and use.
Okay. And they don't pay any extra for that use of the capacity, do they? Because it's complete, the cost is completely covered by the metadata center customer under rate 47, rate rider 47. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. Would you turn to Mr. Ortiz's testimony at his direct at page 4?
Right.
Never mind, not page 4, page 12.
Okay. Hold on. What's page again?
12 at the bottom. There's a Q&A starts on line 19. And the answer goes into the next page, 13. I just want to ask a few questions about that. And then I think I'll be done with my cross-examination, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay.
Okay.
The question that Mr. Ortiz asked himself on that page is, what is the basis for your statement that attracting the data center customer to New Mexico is one of the biggest wins for the state in terms of economic development? Do you see that question?
Yes.
And then just to summarize, Mr. Ortiz goes on to list some of the benefits that the data center customer has provided in terms of economic development. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would you agree generally that the data center, attracting the data center to New Mexico has been one of the biggest wins for the state in terms of economic development?
Yes, it's good for the state.
Okay. And do you have any reason to dispute that, and I'll refer you to the back, you don't have to look at it, but there is a exhibit GTO2, which is a Meta public document in which they have a lot of numbers. And one of the numbers is that Meta has invested approximately $2 billion at the Los Lunas site.
Yes.
Is that consistent with your understanding of the investment?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the concept of a dollar multiplier? A lot of times it's set at 2 times that tries to show the economic impact of a capital investment of this sort. Are you familiar with it, with that type of analysis?
Yes.
Okay, that multiplier is not shown here, but if the commission accepted a multiplier as relevant, then that would increase that 2 billion substantially, correct?
Yes. I am familiar with the multiplier as far as job and that sort, but directly apply to the $2 billion. Cannot speak to that.
Okay, and then there's another number where they state that 1,100 skilled trade workers were working on the site at its peak. Do you think that's accurate? Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes, consistent with data that we've seen before and provided in our applications for PPA's approval. So,
and thank you. Is your answer complete?
Yes.
And then the other number I wanted to bring to your attention is 400 plus operational jobs supported once the data center is completed. Does that also accord with your understanding of the economic impact?
Yes.
Okay, and then going back to Mr. Ortiz's direct on page 12, I mean, excuse me, 13 at the top, he also mentions that as a result of the procurements that have been approved by this commission to date for the data center, over 600 megawatts of New Mexico renewable energy is online, not online, but is in the process of being built to serve that data center. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And in terms of the dollars, the dollars that represents has not been set forth, but those purchase power contracts and those energy storage agreements also represent a massive amount of capital investment in the state, do they not?
I cannot speak to it. I don't have the numbers. Like you
Okay.
said, we don't have the numbers. I don't have the
Okay.
numbers.
But that is another benefit that has not been monetized, but is a real benefit. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And is it in your mind, is it likely that 600 megawatts of new renewables would have materialized without the Meta customer being in the state?
Well, when you say the 600 megawatts, would it be materialized? Whether
I mean, would somebody else have come along, and are you aware of any other customer that was out there in the wings and was ready to purchase 600 megawatts of capacity?
not that I know of, potential
Okay.
customer? No.
Right, but Meta has actually made those, not Meta, but PNM has made application at the commission on behalf of Meta, and 600 megawatts has been approved to serve the data center load. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
One final question, and I hope it is the final one. Can you give me the percentage of PNM's entire system that is represented by the data center load?
The entire system.
Yeah, all of your owned and all of your purchase capacity. If I took that number, what percentage would all of the capacity that is being purchased on behalf of the data center customer, what percentage of PNM system would that be? Do you have that number? Can you
I
do that?
don't.
Okay.
I don't have that number.
Is there anyone would that be Mr. Phillips who would have that number?
I won't commit him to, but he might.
Okay, he would have similar type numbers in his planning, right?
He should.
Okay. Given the magnitude of not only the load that the data center customer represents, but the economic commitment they've made to New Mexico, would you say it's very important that the commission weigh in and correctly interpret the contracts that control how rate 36B is applied?
I
If
think
you could
it's
say.
important. I think it's important to every single, go ahead.
If you have an opinion.
When you say correctly, interpret.
Well, no, I'm not trying to be pejorative. You have a position, we've stated our position, and it's very important for the commission to sort this out. That's all my question is.
Yes.
Okay. Those are
And we wouldn't have spent this much time on it if it weren't really important.
Thank you. Can I quote you?
No.
I do apologize. Okay. I do
You can
apologize.
cite it.
I'll
It'll
cite
be in
it
the
in my
transcript.
brief. Okay. Thank you
And,
for.
and I might add, I was going to interject that it's really important to every single customer in every single rate class.
Yes, I would
Thank
not
you.
just.
All right.
We are finished with our cross of Ms. Chan. I'd like to extend my personal thanks to her for her patience and for the breadth of her knowledge.
Okay,
And we'll move forward. Thank you.
great. So thank you, Mr. Gould. So I'm going to reduce the CASAS cross-examination time to 95 minutes. Because I was just a little over 30 minutes, so.
Okay. Thank you.
95 and add that. Yeah, so you ended up cross-examining Ms. Chan for 385 minutes. And we have, not that anybody's counting.
I heard one time that Bruce Throne cross-examined a witness for 8 days. So I'm nowhere near the record.
No.
Pat Ortiz told me he left town on a vacation and he came back and Bruce was still cross-examining. Anyway, just a little PRC humor. Okay, thank you.
So you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gould. Thank you, New Mexico area. Up next is Bernalillo County, Mr. Albright. I think I have you down for 25 minutes. Is that right?
That is correct, Mr. Herring-Zemmer.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Chan. How are you?
Good, thank you for asking. Good afternoon.
Jeff Albright with J. Albright Law LLC, and I'm representing Bernalillo County in this proceeding. So I have a few questions, most of which are going to be directed toward your direct testimony, primarily from pages 16 through 18. But I do have some questions I wanted to follow up on cross-examination you've had before, including some inquiries from Commissioner Ellison this morning. So and I'm going to hopefully be at a sort of an overview of the impacts, particularly with respect to Bernalillo County. So did you run any other or conduct any additional rate designs based upon an ROE other than the 10.25% that you're requesting in this proceeding?
No, we did not.
And you would agree, would you not, that any reduction in the ROE would change the rate design requirements, correct?
Any change in the ROE will change the revenue requirement, therefore will change the request for the increase.
So internally, does PNM have any threshold with regard to the revenue requirement that would prompt a rerun calculation? And let me just explain that a little bit so it's a little clear. That wasn't the most articulate. But for example, would you redo the rate design if there was an increase or a decrease in revenue requirement of $100,000?
I think it all depends. If it's for internal purposes, probably not. But for filing purposes, we want to get the accurate numbers, revenue requirement to be included in the filing. So we will probably would have done that through the banding. I mean, through the cost-based increase and the banding. So we'll match the revenue requirement from Mr. Sanders' retail revenue requirement.
Okay, so am I to understand then that you might just make that adjustment within the banding, but not with regard to the individual requirements by class?
No, we will rerun. So if Mr. Sanders give us a new revenue requirement, we will run through that revised revenue requirement through the cost model, go through all the functionalization, classification, allocation, and go through all the way to the rate design.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. And you don't have any specific dollar threshold that triggers that action. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, related question, other than assuming that the ROE of 10.25, were there any other revenue drivers that would prompt you or that had prompted you to rerun the rate design model?
Well, any change in the revenue requirement that Mr. Sanders produces, that will trigger the rerun. And as you know, that is many factors that go into the revenue requirement calculation, not just the ROE. So any change in the revenue requirement will rerun the model if we need to. We have to. We'll run through the cost model and go through the rate design.
Okay. All right. And turning to your charts, I'm working with two computers and 3 screens, so and some books. So forgive me here if you can't hear me, I'll turn up the volume or try to get a little bit closer to the speaker. I would like to take a look at your table SC-1 and SC-2, and I have some questions centered around those in particular.
Okay.
Okay, so would you agree, isn't it true, that some rate classes contain only a single customer?
Yes.
Okay, and we don't have to go through those. I think we've discussed some of them already. But isn't it also true that other customers have more than one rate class as part of their overall portfolio?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that Bernalillo County has multiple rate classes?
Yes.
Is included there. Do you happen to know which ones offhand that are in SC-1?
Subject to check, I think small power and the 3C and 3D and 3E, those are the general power that is for municipal customers. And I believe that is Bernalillo County also has a large power service and some private area lighting and street lighting.
Okay, I think you've hit them all. Tariff 20 being included, correct, in the street lighting? And so, and a large power that would refer, for example, to the jail, correct? The municipal detention center, I believe, correct?
Subject to check, I believe you.
Okay. And the small power, those, if you may recall from the previous rate cases, would include such things as the police stations and the fire substations and those types of facilities, correct?
Yes.
And other county buildings besides the MDC? Ms. Chan?
Sorry?
Well, we're not getting an exhaustive list of all the county buildings that might be in a particular rate class. I wanted to be clear, right?
Yes, right.
Because there are quite a few facilities that might be under different rate classes.
Yes.
Correct. And the ones we were giving was just to give as examples, but just like there are small power that we talked about before, would you agree the small power also applies to small businesses, for example, that they're in some of that?
Small business, also, you do have some big box store is in 2A and some chains, national chain is also in small power.
Agreed. Okay. I have no reason to question those. I believe that's correct. And so with those, are you familiar with the concept of Bernalillo County's role as a parent patre? Are you familiar with that term?
No.
Okay. If I restated it in terms that
Can you spell it, please?
yes,
For the record.
Paren is the first word. Second word, patriae, parent patri. If I explained it in terms of that they have an obligation to the residents within their jurisdiction, does that sound reasonable to you, that Bernalillo County is responsible for the residents within their
Sounds reasonable.
geographic boundaries?
It sounds reasonable.
And so in looking at all of those different rate classes that Bernalillo County pays for the electricity, where does the county, where would you think the county would get its resources to pay for those bills that it gets for its fire station, for the police station, for the jail and the other facilities?
Tax revenue, government funding.
Okay, so some of that would come from tax revenue, which would come from the residents that live within Bernalillo County, correct?
Yes.
So in any rate design that begins to shift funding between different various groups on your table there, on the SC1 table, there could be, particularly for the residential class, could be an additional impact where they end up having to pay increased taxes or provide input to Bernalillo County so it can cover its own bills, not just their own personal residential costs under category class 1, correct?
Yes, they also is, taxpayer. That's what you're referring to, what allude to, yes.
As a taxpayer.
Yes.
So any revenue design or those things that we look at as far as cost causation, would you agree that we may have to look across the spectrum to see what the impacts are on the residential class if we make adjustments in some of those other classes?
I don't think that is a way to, for example, for your the example that you gave about the residential customers may have to pay for additional taxes because of, let's say, the 3D general power rates that the county is paying. I don't think that is a way to quantify and to link that, how much is they being burdened by paying additional tax. And also in this case, residential is being subsidized. They are paying lower than the cost base revenue requirement. So I don't know whether there's a way that we can say, okay, by them being subsidized by let's say $1, they are actually is paying more in the county tax, and we need to somehow offset it or somehow take that into consideration. I don't think that is any way we can do it, and it's not really part of the rate design principle that you take into that consideration. So I don't have an answer for you.
And that's pretty much where I was driving at, was the fact that I'm not sure that the way we have structured this, that there's an easy way to do it. That was going to be my follow-up question, that I'm not sure there is an easy way to do it, but at least if we consider cost causation and look for the unity, the getting to 1.0 that was discussed earlier in the proceeding. That may be a way of doing rate design that may need to be revisited. Would you agree that it may be a way where we need to reevaluate how we do rate design because of such things as multiple payments that need to be made to pay for electricity in so many different ways?
I agree, and we've been talking about it, the last yesterday and today. Unity and cost-based rate is what PNM is driving for. But in order to get there, we need everybody, all the other parties, stakeholder, commission, to partner up with us to get there. And if we can do that as unity, then make my job easier, or I will be out of a job because I don't need to do banding anymore.
Well, we wouldn't want that to happen. That's for sure. Not with your lengthy expertise. That's for certain. You mentioned earlier this morning that there were some projections that were being made for certain pilot programs and so forth in 2025 with regard to your next planned rate case. And has PNM determined after this proceeding when it might be filing its next rate case?
No, we have not.
Okay, so when you talked about the 2025, and I think that was with one of the pilot programs you talked about, you're not saying that we should anticipate another rate proceeding to cover that period in 2025. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, and I want to clarify the time of day pilot that you were talking about will be implemented in 2024 when this rate case go into effect. I don't know whether I mentioned 2025. If I did, I just misspoke. But 2024 is the test period when the rates go into effect, and that will be the time of day pilot program go into effect. I think when we talk about the next rate case, maybe have to do with the plan is to keep the pilot program in place until after the AMI meters is fully deployed. Then we are going to open up the pilot program to more customer. But after that, in whatever rate case that we file following the full deployment of AMI, that's whenever we will have a plan to transition all our customer to a default or mandatory time of day.
And isn't it true that with regard to the AMI, that it's projected to take several years to have full deployment of the advanced meters?
Yes.
That doesn't necessarily mean that PNM won't come in for a rate increase between now and then, though, correct? At the end of 3 years.
Well, I cannot speak to that.
I thought that was going to be the case, so, but I appreciate your candor. Just checking through my notes. And I promised myself I was not going to ask you any questions about D2, Ms. Chan.
I was joking with my team and said, if I ever have a grandchild, the grandchild will be named D2.
Well, Ms. Chan, I'm sorry, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. So, Ms. Chan, I believe those are all the questions I have. Thank you for the for addressing those and answering them as you did. And Mr. Medeiros, hearing examiner Medeiros, I turn it over to the next person. So again, thank you, Ms. Chan. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Albright. I see the Water Authority and Western Resource Advocates both popped up. I believe that the Water Authority is next in order. Mr. Herman, I see 25 minutes here on my spreadsheet. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Examiner.
Okay, please proceed.
Can I inquire when you were planning on taking our afternoon break?
Well, it is almost 5 till 2. I was thinking I'd like to get to around 3 o'clock, if that sounds reasonable. I'm flexible about that. I want to accommodate the parties in their comfort, but that was just my thinking right now.
That's fine.
And especially Mr. Lee's, frankly. So if Mr. Lee wanted a break, we would do it whenever. But go ahead, Mr. Herman.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Chan. It's
Afternoon.
been a long 2 days of me waiting to get up here and ask you a couple questions.
I hope it's worth the waiting.
Somehow, I don't think we're going to be able to meet that burden, but I've got a couple questions about starting with your direct testimony at page 10. Specifically, a statement you made at lines 14 through 16. Where you state that moreover, the rates for the TOD pilot are designed to better reflect cost of energy as PNM increases renewable resources in its portfolio to transition to carbon-free by 2040. So my question on that statement is, do the time of day pilot energy rates for any rate class include more than just energy costs?
Include more than energy costs.
Well, I can be more specific. Do the time of day pilot energy rates for those classes include demand related costs?
Let me see how I answer that question. Not any demand related costs that is based on that class cost-based allocation. So for each of those class, we do a cost-based calculation, what the revenue requirement is to that class. And we have the true cost-based production demand and true cost-based transmission demand. So in all those energy rates, it does not include any of the demand related costs from production transmission or any distribution demand. However, for those classes that are subsidizing, for example, residential, because residential in this proposal is being subsidized. And when we do spread the subsidy over to all the classes, the dollar that come from residential customer may have some demand related cost there. And the subsidy as the current proposal, classes that are doing, they are the subsidizing class, their customer charge, their demand charge are all cost-based. So any subsidy that, for example, provided for residential customer that may increase some demand cost will be in the energy price. I hope that's not too confusing.
That was a lot of information. What I was just generally trying to get at is a general preposition that the energy rates do include more than just energy costs. They include some component of demand costs and other factors. Would that be a correct, let's say, simplification for any rate class?
For any rate class that including, yes, including us, especially the subsidizing class.
Okay. And what is the primary goal of the rate design for the on-peak period of the TOD pilot?
Is to encourage or incentivize customer to shift usage from our proposed on-peak period to off-peak period.
And that provides benefits to PNM system, correct?
Yes. And also help the customers to save money on their bill.
Would some of the additional benefits be decreasing peak demand during the highest load hours of the year?
Decreasing the, yes, the demand.
Okay, thank you. Do you think that the TOD pilot rate option can be effective at encouraging customer participation if the legacy time of use on peak rate is higher than the time of day pilot on peak rate?
Well, subject to check if you're right. I think the main design for the time of day is for customer to compare the on-peak and off-peak rate. If they choose to, is an opt-in rate. If they choose to participate in the time of day pilot, is whenever they look at the on-peak rate and off-peak rate, and they believe that they can shift their behavior and save money based on the price ratio, 4:1, I believe, for residential. And it's an opt-in rate, so customers is going to have to decide, first of all, whether they can shift usage and whether that will be beneficial for them to opt into the time of day rate. But as part of our plan, we are going to provide tools to the customer so they can make an informed decision as far as whether they want to participate.
Okay. I want to go back to something you were discussing with Mr. Gould yesterday. He directed you to PNM Exhibit 43, the direct testimony of Abraham Casas. Do you have that available?
Yes, I do.
Can you go to page 17, please?
Okay, I'm there.
Now, I'm going to ask you if you recall some of your testimony. I'm not going to ask for your explanation just yet, but I just want to know if you recall. Mr. Casas makes a statement at page 17, line 19. Stating that the maximum discharge hours for energy storage were forecast to be later than the system peak. Do you recall when asked about that, I believe you said that testimony was unclear. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I wanted to ask at this exact moment, but we will come back to follow up on why it was unclear. Can I now direct you to ABCWA Exhibit 3, which is the direct testimony of Andrew Harriger?
Okay, I got it.
Specifically, Exhibit AKH, page 2 of 3, or I'm sorry. I've noticed with my recent COVID brain fog, I've been transposing page and line numbers and exhibit numbers. So Exhibit AKH number 8.
8.
page 2 of 3.
This was actually a cross-examination exhibit that Mr. Gould used late in his cross-examination, I believe.
It is, Mr. Examiner, and as a housekeeping matter, Mr. Gould was going to, and I don't believe he did, move to admit this as NM Area Exhibit 46, but this is already in an exhibit that the Water Authority is going to admit, so I might make a friendly objection that he won't need to submit that as an exhibit because we'll get that admitted when Mr. Harriger takes us through.
Okay, and that is the interrogatory response or NM area 1-1?
No, it is
Page
6-11.
ABCWA 6-11 on page
Okay.
2 of 3.
6-11, yes.
Okay. And could you just re-identify what this table shows?
Yes, the table is showing in the 4 months that we use to allocate cost, and we call it the 3 summer, 1 winter month, and they are June, July, August, and December. And it shows the specific hours that we use, that we consider the system peak that we use for allocation purpose, what we call modified 3 summer, 1 winter, and then also unmodified 3 summer, 1 winter, and then also talking about the system peak days and time, and then the system peak. So the first set of number showing for modified 3 summer, 1 winter in each of those months, and what date and at what hour we consider a system peak. And the unmodified, and that set of number is more specifically used to allocate the energy storage agreement cost, ESA. And what we call the unmodified 3 summer, 1 winter is another set of peak hour that we identify when the other resources provide the maximum benefit to the system.
And I'll just represent the reason I'm asking you about this is that the interrogatory itself is referencing the exact section of Mr. Casas's testimony that I just directed you to.
Okay.
And
okay, go ahead.
I'm going to ask you some other questions. They might be a little painful, but it's not my intent. But in that chart, you identify the times as MST, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you know the difference between MST or Mountain Standard Time with MDT? I believe it's Mountain Daylight Time.
Yes.
And would it be correct to say that MST is not clock time necessarily, but it is unshifted for daylight savings time?
Yes, it's not the calendar hour time, right? It is adjusted, as you say.
Mm-hmm. So all of those times in the chart below are in MST, correct?
It's what is stated, yes.
Even the system peak column, the third column that doesn't necessarily state MST?
I will assume so. You probably should ask Mr. Casas since he sponsored that.
Okay. Going to the first column, the modified 3 summer, 1 winter column, can you tell me what the clock time would be for each of those months for the modified daytime peak?
Okay, let me see. I always get it backwards. So this is Mountain Standard Time 21. That is Mountain Standard Time 9 o'clock. So daylight time will be an hour. It will be spring forward. Okay, so is that, let's see. Is that, so it's 9 o'clock standard time, will that be 10 o'clock daylight time?
Let me check you, because I had to look this up. I'll briefly share my screen. And this isn't anything besides a Google search for MST to MDT converter. So you said it was going to be.
Can you identify for the record, Mr. Herman, what you put on screen?
Yes, this is worldtimeserver.com, time zones, MST to MDT conversion.
Thank you.
So it was the first time there. Was 2,100 hours correct?
Yes. So
So
that is,
that would be
10. Yeah.
10 p.m. in MDT.
Right.
So then June, July, and August, that would all be 10 p.m. in clock time, correct?
Right.
And then for December, that wouldn't change much. That would be 6 p.m., correct?
That will be 18. That will be 6 o'clock. That will be 7 o'clock MDT. I mean,
Okay, thank you for that. I'll stop sharing my screen now. That was something Mr. Harriger pointed out to me that is unique to energy markets, that they do not adjust for daylight savings time. And just to be clear, the peak hour, that's the hour beginning at, let's say, 10 p.m. So it's 10 p.m. to 10:59, correct?
yes.
Can I direct you to PNM or your rebuttal testimony? PNM Exhibit 41.
Okay.
If you have an electronic version, it would be PDF page 56 of your supplemental direct.
Okay.
Otherwise, I believe it is, it's difficult to read, but it is your attachment B, page 33.
Okay, let's see. Let me make sure. Is that the PNM exhibit SC1 or SC2? And what page?
It is a PDF. It's very difficult to read, but
Yes,
it is.
I apologize.
Wait, hold on. This exhibit contains some handwritten notes, right? Well, no, one of these exhibits here.
Yes,
I want to make sure I'm looking at the right document. Because we have some overlaid type, right? On some
Right.
of this? Okay,
Yes.
so if you were looking at the electronic version and you could go to the PDF page, it would be PDF page 56. But I believe
Thank
it
you.
is page 33 of 56.
It's hard to read that.
I
Right.
can also just share my screen again.
Is it
Um,
is it slide 7 or slide 8?
Slide 8.
Okay,
And I believe I'm sharing that now, if that's legible.
Yes.
And Ms. Chan, that's the time of day pricing, non-residential time of day rates, correct?
That is the non-residential time of day period. That is in here. I know it's a non-residential time of day rates, but this is referred to the period.
Are you looking at slide 8?
Right. Yes.
And
that's
this figure illustrates the non-residential TOD time of day pilot rate periods that
Yes.
are being proposed in this case.
Yeah, it's the period. Yeah, because it's a time of day rates and it is no rates, that is the period. So just a little bit confusing.
And referring back to our last discussion about Mr. Costas's response to 611, I just wanted to confirm that none of the modified 3 summer, 1 winter peaks fall within the proposed peak periods displayed here on slide 8, correct?
Let me double check. So the modified 3 summer, 1 winter, June, July, August is the on-peak period. The 3 summer, 1 winter peak period is modified, is 9, 9, 9, right? June, July, August is our 21, 21, and 21. So it's 9 o'clock.
I believe we already established earlier that that was actually 10 o'clock time.
So it's, okay.
but it's MST.
MST, right? The table is MST. So in here, if you're looking at daylight saving times, we will still, okay, when we are in daylight saving times, we're still going to measure 5 to 10 as the peak period.
But in the modified 3 summer, 1 winter hour beginning, that's 10 p.m. So that peak isn't actually reflected in this peak for June, July, and August, correct?
Yes.
So now I want to bring you back to the question that I started this exchange with, which was why you said Mr. Costas's testimony wasn't clear when he did state that the company anticipated maximum discharge hours were forecast to be later than the system peak.
Are you referring to what I went over with Mr. Gould yesterday on Mr. Costas's direct testimony, like page 16 to 17?
Page 17 specifically, where he said that the maximum discharge hours for energy storage were forecast to be later than the system peak, specifically at lines 20 through 21.
20 to 30, okay.
And I asked you if you recalled if you referred to Mr. Casas' statement as unclear, and now I wanted to ask again why you thought that was unclear.
I thought that whenever we talk about unclear was a different section of his direct. That's why I was confused. But now you are, yeah, because I think what I was referring is starting at his direct testimony on page 16. When Mr. Gu asked what Mr. Casas said on line 23 on page 16, this modified allocator, which replied to the allocator we used to allocate the energy storage agreement cost, does not apply at system coincident peak. I thought that was the statement that we talked about yesterday.
And what statement are you referring to?
It's page 16 of Mr. Casas' direct testimony, line 23.
And we're in added time, Mr. Herman.
In starting with this modified allocator does not apply, then go to page 17 at system coincident peak, CP. So P&M is referring to this allocator as the modified 3 summer 1 winter production allocator for energy storage. I thought that's the statement that I discussed with Mr. Gu.
Okay, I may have been mistaken then. And what would be the distinction between Mr. Casas' statement about the modified allocator not applying versus the statement I was referencing?
I think the statement that Mr. Casas referencing, and I said was unclear or can be more clear, is referred to the modified allocator does not apply at the system coincident peak that the traditional hearing examiner, other resources that are used to provide energy. So it's the CP or the system peak, we refer to other resources that are used to provide energy. So I think that's what I mentioned about. It is, when you talk about peak, system peak can be more than one. And in this case, what we use to allocate all the other resources, the system peak that we use is different than the system peak that we use to allocate the ESAs.
So going back to the discussion we had about the time of day periods, not necessarily lining up with the peak hours. Why does the time of day pilot summer on peak period not include the ESA peak usage hours?
It is not okay, so the ESA hours, the modified 3 summer 1 winter, represent when the ESA is going to be utilized the max. But for the system as a whole, at those hours, when you look at time of day period, the design is look at all the resources, not just the ESA. And the goal is to shift customers' usage demand from that period on peak period to the off-peak period. So when we focus on the modified 3 summer 1 winter, that is a set of allocator that we use to allocate ESA because those are the hours that they will be dispatched. while the time of day on peak, off-peak period is look at consumption or usage of the customer and help to move those usage from our on-peak period to the off-peak period. So I don't think they need to be aligned exactly because it's different purposes and what we use it for. One is looking at the utilization of an asset, while the other one is try to encourage a change in customer behavior.
I've got one final line of questioning, Ms. Chan, and I know I'm going over. I'll address that after we finish. Do you recall a discussion you had yesterday with Mr. Gould, where you were discussing whether rooftop solar customers weren't necessarily covering their fixed costs?
Yes, subject to check. We talked a lot yesterday.
Search through 100-some pages of transcript. I'm sure it's in there. But I guess my question, let me just re-ask this question. Do you agree that residential customers with solar panels on their roof aren't necessarily covering their fixed costs?
Agree.
And when you make that statement, are you necessarily accounting for the benefit of the additional solar energy provided by these customers?
The benefit? No, we did not consider the value of solar in my statement.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had. And Mr. Examiner, going back to a prior matter we were discussing about my cross-examination of Mr. Lopez and Mr. Maestas, I think I can go ahead and represent that I'll waive that 10 minutes, and that will more than cover the 6 minutes I've gone over with Ms. Chan.
Not sure I was going to do it that way, but I think I'll go ahead and agree to your formulation because I can't think quickly enough to decide whether I really don't like it or not. So thank you, Mr. Herman. I appreciate it. Just kidding. So we have Western Resource Advocates up next. Ms. Beatles, I have you down for 20 minutes with Ms. Chan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Ms. Chan.
Good afternoon.
This may be more of a disadvantage to me than an advantage to you, but after Mr. Gould's lengthy cross, I seem to have lost the oomph I felt this morning, but I still have a few questions.
Okay.
And the first is about your EPR rate, IIPR, I believe that stands for incremental interruptible power rate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you refer to it on page 31 of your direct, and PNM is proposing the continuation of that rate, right?
Correct.
Does the load served by an interruptible rate need to be actually interrupted in order to provide value to PNM?
It needs to be ready to be interrupted. Is the opportunity for PNM to interrupt that load that is bringing the value.
But let's just say in the course of a year, it is never interrupted. Does it still provide value to PNM?
Back to my answer is the potential that we can use at any time. So for some particular year, we may not interrupt or no need to interrupt per the tariff requirement. So That's my answer.
Okay, and your testimony on lines 9 through 11 point out that it can be curtailed to address resource adequacy issues. Is that right?
Yes, whenever that it's a system emergency, as we now redefine in our proposed tariff.
So that potential is there if necessary to continue to provide service to all the other customers. Is that right?
That's right.
So it also provides value to PNM's customers, even if it's not actually interrupted.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to move on. I'd like to go to your proposed time of day rate pilot. And the tariff sheet states that the fixed customer charge portion of the bill under that time of day rate pilot is $10.67, which is the same customer charge that is in your proposed rate 1A. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't have the tariff, but yes, I believe you're right. It's the same customer charge.
So if the commission, is it PNM's intention for those rates to match? So if the commission does not approve your proposed customer charge for rate A, do you want your customer charge in your 1B or time of day rate pilot to be the same as what is ultimately approved for 1A?
That's the intention, to
Okay.
have no difference in customer charge between
Okay.
the pilot program and regular 1A. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was trying, it's hard on Zoom to know when a person is finished speaking because you don't have the immediate in-person observation of facial and body language. So yeah, so it is PNM's intention for the customer charge for both 1A and 1B to be the same.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So I'd like to refer next to, and I'm able to screen share if necessary, the exhibits SC-3 and SC-4 that are attached to your supplemental. And you refer to them, you cite to them on page 13 of your supplemental testimony. And you state that SC-3 shows the percentage distribution of the hour of highest daily demand for the 60 days with the highest maximum daily demand for each of 5 years. Is that right?
Yes, I'm looking at page 13. Give me a second.
Sure.
Right, okay.
And
There.
then SC-4, as you described later on page 13 of your supplemental, shows the hourly daily demand for hours ending 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time for the 60 days of each of the 5 years, 2017 to 2022. The 60 days with the highest maximum daily demand. Is that correct?
Yes.
So can you explain, it looks like you attach those exhibits because it's the same information that El Paso Electric company provided in connection with its last litigated rate case in support of time of use rate structures. Is that, and so why did you provide it?
I think that was a requirement from a commission order for us to provide the same information as El Paso provided.
Okay, so can you pull up SC-4?
Yes.
And I took a close look at the 60 days you listed for the year 2022, which starts on page 11 of SC-4. And I was trying to understand why you selected 5 to 8 p.m. for your time of day rate pilot on peak hours. And potentially, I was unsure because this table was not, your exhibit was not adjusted for Mountain Daylight Time. And it just occurred to me listening to Mr. Herman's cross of you just now. So because, and I'm leading to a question. So would you accept, subject to check, that for the 60 days listed for 2022, there's only one instance where the demand at 8 p.m. was greater than the demand at 4 p.m. And so would you accept that subject to check?
You say 4 p.m.
Yes.
and 8 p.m.
Yes.
Comparing those columns.
Yep. 4 and 8.
And I'm looking for that one day. That would be on row 33. The date is June 6, 2022.
Right.
And the value that is identified for the hour ending 8 p.m. is 1,679. That's megawatts, right?
Right.
And the value at 4 p.m. is identified as 1,719 megawatts. And
What page are you on?
that goes on, that's on page 12 of 13.
Okay. Line 33.
Yes. And if you look at, I don't want to like jump back and forth, but I'm just going to refer to SC-3. And if you look at SC-3, the distribution of the demand at the various listed hours for 2022 is highest in up is basically quantified as 0 at the hour ending 8 p.m. And the distribution is on the hours leading up to 8 p.m., 4, 5, 6, and 7. So just looking at that, I'm having difficulty understanding, Ms. Chan, why your proposed on-peak period for your time of day rate pilot is 5 to 8 instead of per se 4 to 7.
So first of all, that's two explanations. First of all is, if you recall in Dr. Pitt's testimony, she explained how we developed the on-peak and off-peak hours, and the backup information is the energy prices, what we call duck curve. So that's what she used to rely on as the data to design the time of day period. Secondly, so we did not look, this depends on, rely on PNM Exhibit SC3, the February 17 supplemental to design the rate, because this is after we make the filing and the proposal and it's the request from the commission. So here, what we have observed is that as the year go by from 2017 to 18, you can see that it's a shift as far as the percentage, right? So for example, in our ending 4 p.m. in 2017, it makes up 48.33%. When you come to 2022, it's only 25%. So when you look at this, that you can see it's a trend that the peak demand is shifting later during the day. And as I talk about it this morning, is that the time of day pilot is really a proactive think ahead pricing option to start getting customer to move their usage. So from off-peak, on-peak to off-peak. So when we see the trend is moving later on and later on during the day, and coupled with the energy prices, the price curve that Dr. Pete used to design the time of day period, on-peak, off-peak period, we think that's appropriate, 5 to 8 p.m. And that's the proposal. That's the data that we rely on and the data that we use to design the time of day periods.
And just to clarify, you developed these tables contained in SC-3 and SC-4 after you designed your time of day rate pilot, correct?
Correct.
And does this information suggest to you that the hours could, well, of course they could be if ordered by the commission, but does this information suggest to you that the hours should be shifted an hour earlier? Or also, well, let me just stop there. I don't want to ask a compound question. Does it suggest to you that the hours should be, the on-peak period should be shifted an hour earlier?
No, because this is historical data. And like I explained before, we do see that it's a shift of the peak, at least the distribution is shifting to later on in the evening. And then also from a planning standpoint, when we PNM look into the future and what we determine, I think in one of the PrEC meeting, we talk about loss of load and the high risk hour going into the future is going to be later on in the evening. So once again, we see that and we think that it's coming. Now we want to do the time of day pilot to help to mitigate some of the risk. So while this is very good at background information and it actually validate our conclusion or assumption that the peak usage is shifting later on and later on into the evening, and coupled with the modeling and that we see as the high risk loss of load hours is going to happen later on in the evening.
Do you know whether SC-3 and SC-4 were, well, these are Mountain Standard Time values, correct?
Yes.
All right. And they have not been adjusted for the impact of a different time zone, right? Like,
No, this is, yeah, Mountain Standard Time, yes.
and the on-peak hours for the summer months that are proposed in your time of day rate pilot are 5 to 8 p.m. and that would be Mountain Daylight Time, right?
Right.
Okay.
It's whatever the calendar hours, that will be, yes, Mountain
Okay.
Daylight.
All right. I'm going to move on. Ms. Chen, would you agree that the primary purpose of an effective time of use rate is to reduce system peak?
To reduce system peak. Potentially, yes, I will agree.
And would you agree that the primary benefit of reducing peak is lower system cost?
Lower system cost, increase reliability, and not just cost, it's just the system reliability also. Has some operational characteristics.
So you would agree then that the primary benefits of reducing peak, I believe what you just testified, are not only to lower system cost, but also to increase or improve reliability.
Yes.
And in light of PNM's goal to be carbon-free by 2040, would it also make sense to design future time of use rates to encourage consumption during periods of lower emissions?
Lower emissions, how is that translate into the hours during the day? I am just trying to understand how we come up with a time of day pilot or time of day rates and on peak off peak periods tied to emission level.
If you had data about the hourly emissions intensities attributable to your generation mix on an hourly basis, to understand how emissions overlay with on and off peak. So let's just say that data was available to you. Would it make sense to design future time of use rates to encourage usage during hours that reflect lower total system emissions?
Design rate mean lower rates to reflect the benefit because they have lower emission?
No, that's not my question, and I think I'm making my question too unwieldy. You just testified that benefits of an effective time of use rate include that the purpose is to reduce rate and that benefits include lower cost and improved reliability, correct?
Right.
And could an effective time of use rate, could your future time of use rates also factor in the emissions, the hourly emissions profile of your generation mix?
And if that is related to system benefit or lower cost, or then yes, we can consider it in the future.
We're in added time, Ms. Beatles.
Yes, and I'm willing to remove that or deduct that
Sure.
from other time that I've reserved. Now I'd like to move on. Do you believe that inclining block rates are outdated?
I'm sorry, inclining block rates?
Are outdated,
Yes,
and why?
because it is really matter to a certain extent how much you use it, but it's when you use it. So in our time of day pilot, for example, if the customer use a lot, but if the customer use a lot in the right period of time, such as off period, then that benefit the system. That is not a bad thing if they use a lot, but use a lot aligned to the cost and the time of day period. So if they use a lot in the off-peak period, inclining block rates does not take into consideration when the customer use the energy.
Your proposed rates in this case continue to be structured with inclining block rates. Is that right?
It's maintained, yes.
Do you hope and plan to phase them out in the future once you have a time of use rate that can be rolled out and available to all customers?
Yes, the plan is to eventually close our current 1A, which is block rate structure, and move all the residential customer to time of day rate.
And now I have a couple of questions about the PRAC, P-R-A-C process.
Okay.
So
Would that get, with it, can I just, no, go ahead. I'll save it. I'm sorry, Ms. Beatles, go ahead. With the PRAC, P-R-A-C?
That's all
Go
right.
ahead. No, I'm sorry.
So what are your plans with respect to that process? The pricing advisory committee process, is that something that's going to end with this rate case, or is it going to continue into the future?
Oh, it needs to continue into the future because, as I said in my direct testimony, we are going through a transition period, and we are going to need to look at a lot of options or alternative to allocate costs, design rates, and that needs the help and the advice from the PRAC. So this will be an ongoing process. We might prioritize certain topics or issues to deal with immediately, like we already start talking about allocation of the production costs. But we need to bring it to the committee and have a discussion about all the other issues or problems that we see with transitioning to a carbon-free future. Sorry for the long answer, but the short answer is yes.
And you're excited about the process.
I am. Like I say, I am optimistic and idealistic. So I hope this will work.
Can the stakeholders propose topics to be addressed by the process that that aren't coming from PNM necessarily?
Yes.
And how do you set the schedule for the meetings?
Well, we need to, first of all, deciding on the topics, prioritize the topic. And then I don't know whether you were in the last PRAC meeting, but we are trying to schedule meeting that most of the stakeholders can attend. So we were just going to have to maybe put out a survey and to ask stakeholders when or put out few alternative dates and see which date most of the stakeholders can attend. I think we started that in the initial few meetings. We'd send out the dates and time, and we got feedback from the stakeholders and see where, when they can meet and which topic they were interested in.
And do you have an end date in mind for this process?
Until everybody agree on everything.
That's how you'll know that you're done?
Exactly.
I have a couple more questions, Mr. Hearing Examiners. I'd like to refer to page 10 of your supplemental testimony.
Page 10. Okay.
You state, starting on line 20, that a significant redesign of your time of use rates requires advanced metering. Can you explain why?
Because I think as far as the effective time of day rate needs to be able to provide information to customer on a timely basis so they can adjust or have the information to adjust their behavior. And about effective time of day rate is not as much as the metering technology, but is the communication network that can transfer information on a timely basis back to the customer. And in here, what I will refer to is the AMI. So in our GridMod application, we propose the AMI, but also all the communication network, all the back office operations to support the AMI. So when we get the data, we can transmit it back to the customer on a timely basis. Without that, so in our time of day pilot, we are using cellular meter. We can we can provide information back to the customer, but it's a day lag and it's not real time. And so that's why it's not the meter. I won't say this, it doesn't matter. The meter is important, but more importantly is the communication network and the tools. The back office and all this, energy platform and the project that we described in the GridMod application. That is really the framework, the foundation, so we can transmit and back the data to the customer, and so they can make informed decision.
You just mentioned the platform. Are you referring to the customer energy management platform that you discuss on page 12 of your supplemental?
Yes.
Line 4.
Yes.
Does this platform become available to customers as, assuming AMI is approved, does this platform become available to customers as AMI is being rolled out, or not until after the total rollout is complete?
Subject to check, and you can confirm with Dr. Pitts. I asked that question, and I believe what I remember, I was told that the platform will be available when AMI start being deployed. So it doesn't have to wait until the end, the full deployment.
What kind of meters are installed for your current time of use rate participants?
I would say it's the regular time of use meter that being able to register the 2 time periods, but there's no communication capability. So they have to register on peak, off peak, and then after a month of data, then we collect it and bill it.
And that is not as sophisticated as the meters you plan to use in your time of day rate pilot, right?
Yes.
And one more question. Would you agree that one of the goals of your time of day pilot is to understand how your residential customer class responds to price signals?
Yes, and whether they accept, time of day pilot, time of day rate is see whether the acceptance.
And do you know if you already have customers signed up and on your wait list?
No, because we have not started communicating to customer about the time of day. We are still in the process of developing tools and messaging. But the intention is to have that out before the end of the year, hopefully sometimes in the last quarter, and start communicating the concept of time of day. So by the time that and then we will have them sign up if they are interested, because currently we don't have we cannot really communicate the rates because we have proposed rate, but we do not know whether the program will be approved as it is today. So to prevent confusion, what we will do is start communicating the concept about time of day on peak, off peak, but not to be so specific. So what our plan is to have customer to let us know whether they are interested in that type of program. And then as soon as we get a approval from the commission, so we know the certainty of the time period, the rates, then we'll contact those customers, provide them with the specific rate information and the program information, then to see whether they're still interested and then sign them up.
Thank you very much for that. And that's all. Thank you, Ms. Chan and Mr. Hearing Examiner. How much time do I owe you?
13 minutes.
Okay. I would like to reduce my time with Mr. Casas from 30 to 20 minutes and my time with Mr. Andrews from 30 to 25.
Okay, there it is. All right, done. Thank you very much, Ms. Beatles. Okay, we're at 3 o'clock, after 3 o'clock now. Ms. Regensburg for staff, do you have questions for Ms. Chan? I have you down for 15 minutes.
Yes, sir, we do have questions. Probably won't take all of the 15 minutes, but maybe more like 10. I'm not really sure, depending on the answers.
Ms. Chan, would you like a break right now?
I can keep on going.
All right, since I have Ms.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and then start, and then we'll take a break right after this.
Okay.
And we'll take a 20-minute break because this has been another long day. So go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, Ms. Chan. My name is Gloria Regensburg, and I work with the legal division at the PRC. Along with Mr. Borman, I represent the staff for the utility division.
Good afternoon.
I just wanted to thank you very much for being here and for your testimony. And also, if I forget it before when we end, I wanted to say happy birthday to your son as well.
Oh, thank you.
So my first question is, if some rate classes are not paying their full cost of service and other rate classes are paying more than their full cost of service under the utilities proposed base revenue increase distribution, doesn't that mean that some classes are being subsidized and other customer classes are being required to subsidize them?
That's correct.
And would you please refer to, I think it's Exhibit 40 of it's PNM Exhibit 40, your direct testimony, page 14, lines 8 through 10.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and read it if you don't mind. PNM to improve the company's rate design so that rates will more accurately reflect the costs the company incurs to serve its customers by customer class, subject to the unique circumstances of each case. Is that an accurate reflection of what you said there?
Yes.
Thank you. Does this statement indicate that PNM seeks to move customer classes to cost of service as much as reasonably possible, considering the circumstances?
That's the goal in each rate case.
Okay. And please refer to your direct testimony on page 17, table SC-2.
I'm there.
Okay, thank you. So based on PNM's banding proposal for revenue increases and proposed rate increases described in the table, what percentage of the way towards full cost of service would each class move under PNM's proposed base rate increases by class?
Can you ask the question again? I don't know what I got all.
Okay, so based on the information in the table, and based on the fact that PNM wants to move all customers to full cost of service eventually, what percentage of the way towards full cost of service would each class move under PNM's proposed base rate increases by class, as indicated in the table?
So on this table, what we look at is to increase the rate for all the other rate classes, besides the four classes that, residential and irrigation, water and sewage pumping, and street light. We are asking a increase of 7.9%. So those are the class that is, I will use the word subsidizing the other four classes for the rate increase. Okay. And in this rate case, the unique circumstances that I quoted, the pandemic, the inflation, we target, or our objective is to limit the residential class rate increase. So in order to do that, that's what our proposal look like. And in order to move it to more cost-based rates, the residential increase is going to have to be more. And I think this morning, Commissioner Ellison is asked for a bench request as far as what that look like, but it's going to be higher. And in order to get everybody to a cost-based rate, meaning even have to have a decrease, meaning based on the information on PNM table SC-1, that increase is going to be higher, and I have not calculated what percentage that is.
Okay, thank you. If you can't tell me the percentage for the movement of each class, would you be able, that would go towards the full cost of service under the proposal, then could you tell me where it could be found in PNM's filing?
Well, if you want to go to table SC-1, in a sense, to show you to cost base, because if you want to do, for example, small power, the two, class 2 small power, if to go to cost-based rate, it needs to have a decrease of 8.6% on the revenue requirement.
Okay. All right, thank you. And if you would, please take a look at PNM Exhibit 3, it's Schedule N1. I can share it on my screen just to save a little bit of time, if that's okay. So I'll scroll. This is page 510 of 1,445 pages and one.
Right.
Okay.
Got it.
All right. Thank you. So based on a review of P&M Schedule N1, could you tell me how many classes are moving closer to Unity and how many classes are moving further away?
Let me count. 1, 2, 3. So the total classes is 15. So we have 15 classes, and the one that is moved closer, Unity will be Schedule 10, so irrigation. So that's 1.
Okay.
And I remember from the discussion with Mr. Gould yesterday, rate 36B, that's another customer that will move closer to Unity. And then also, let's see, yeah, those are the 2.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and stop sharing that now. So you've asserted that the reason for other customer classes to subsidize residential is because of the presence of low-income residential customers. Is that right?
That's one of the considerations. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And do you know what portion of the customers in the small power rate class are financially challenged businesses?
I don't have that information.
Okay. And how about the customers in the general power class?
I don't have that information.
Is it anywhere in P&M's application?
It's not in our pricing witnesses application. The testimonies, I don't know whether it's any other witnesses will have that information.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, if the commission approves 20% less total base rate increase, do you believe it could be reasonable for the commission to consider a different banding proposal from P&M's 90% to 110% banding proposal in this filing?
I think the commission can always approve a different banding proposal even without adjusting the revenue requirement.
Okay. Those I have completed all my questions. I thank you very much.
I just want to ask one follow-up. I'll be very quick. Ms. Chan, I was listening to your testimony earlier and I was of the impression that in fact, the banding originated with, or the banding is a solution to the problem of a residential class with unique problems. That is the principal driver for banding, is that right?
Banding is to mitigate rate shock or large rate increase in any class, but residential class present the primary issues because it's so far away from cost-based rates, and so that has become the main driver. But banding is supposed to be applied to mitigate, rate shock or significant rate increase for any particular class. But
banding was imposed previously, correct?
It's been used, yes, previously.
For that reason?
For the reason of?
Trying to mitigate the impact of the residential class?
Yes.
And would be correct to assume that the reasons are the same as what they are today because of the level of impoverishment?
That's just one consideration though, right? You've said that before.
Yes.
Well, my question basically is this. I mean, if we find ourselves now back in having to consider banding, have the justifications that were previously utilized to justify banding stronger or weaker this go round?
I think it's stronger in the sense that we quantify, in this case, we quantify the percentage of our customer, residential customer that's low income, 41%. And I think it's stronger in the sense that we talk about the historical high inflation rate, the COVID, that is not, it wasn't, presented in the last case or the case before.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Ms. Chan, if the recommended decision uses instead of stronger reasons, more compelling reasons for the reasons in the record, would that be accurate? It's even more compelling?
I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Let's take a break for 20 minutes and come back at 25 till the hour for any commissioner questions for Ms. Chan and any further hearing examiner questions. And then, of course, redirect. See you at 25 till the hour. We're in recess. Thank you. Can't have a hearing with just three of us.
Sure we can.
Sorry, there was some confusion about whether it was 20 till or 25 till. That's our fault.
Everybody
No,
was just watching the capture of Danilo Cavalcante, I'm sure. That's where everybody went.
Yeah,
Apparently the world is transfixed by this.
yeah. The world's major nightmare is over.
Right. The most significant problem that we have has been taken care of, folks. Don't worry. It's all good.
Okay, thank you. We're back from our afternoon break on this day 7 of hearings in the P&M rate case. And I'm going to turn to the commissioners to see if they have any questions of Ms. Chan. I believe that's where we are. I think we've completed the cross-examination and we have Commissioner Aguilera.
Hello, hearing examiner. Yes, I do have some questions.
Ms. Chan, are you ready to proceed? Okay, please
Yes,
go
I
ahead,
am.
Commissioner Aguilera. Okay, please proceed, Commissioner Aguilera.
Okay. Hi, Ms. Chan. I first want to say that I admire your stamina and thank you for the responses you've given thus far.
I always aim being the last woman standing.
So like other participants, I also have questions about the proposed 5 to 8 p.m. start and end time for the on-peak period under the time of day proposal.
Okay.
So if I understand your responses from earlier today to the questions about that time period, the reason PNM is proposing the 5 to 8 p.m. time period is to align the targeted usage to help PNM's net peak load, which is getting closer and closer to 8 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that period of time, the on-peak period of time, is shifting later and later. We pick 5 to 8 is, first of all, I think 5 to 8, the number of on-peak hour is being reasonable so customer can manage. And as we stated in the application and in Dr. Pitt's testimony, this is the first time we propose a time of day pilot. So the 5 to 8 on-peak period is not set in stone. Depends on the data that we're going to gather from the pilot program. It will change. It can be changed and it probably will change.
Okay. And just to clarify though, we're talking about, at least I was asking about the net peak load as opposed to the peak.
That's
yeah, right. And so, and this is represented in a duck curve chart presented in Exhibit SC2, slide 6, which is on PDF page 62 of 99 of your supplemental. And
yes, that is the data that we use, that we have back in whatever time that we propose, or we propose in the workshop back in 2022, or the information we share back in August of 2022.
Yes. Okay. So can you help me understand what I'm looking at? So the chart says in the title that it is an example hourly load. And so it is unclear to me if I'm looking at a graph that is representative of your summer net load or if it is just an example.
Commissioner, can you refer me to the slide, which slide again?
Yes, it is slide 6 in exhibit SC2 of your supplemental.
SC2, slide 6. Is that the on peak? Is that a
that's
bar,
the-
kind of a bar graph or
The duck curve.
No, it's the duck curve. Yeah.
slide 6?
Yes, the one that is on the
Okay.
screen.
Okay. I'm looking at the other presentation. Okay.
Yeah, so my question here is, am I looking at an example or am I looking at a graph that is based on either historical data or is it a forecast?
This is based on back when we did the graph, that information is based on a 2023 forecast.
Forecast, okay. Because I see here that the net peak occurs at the 20th hour, right, which would be 8 o'clock.
Right.
And I guess my question is, and you know, I still have this question: is this representative of, you know, for example, the net peak that we've had thus far, or that your system has had thus far this summer?
I do not know the actual data because, like I say, this is the forecast, so I don't know the actual data.
Okay. So there in some appendix, I think it was in SC3. Yeah, so I'm looking at PNM exhibit SC3, page 1 of 2. And so this is PDF page 80 of 99. I think this, and you have the average of top 60 peak demand days for each year, which I found to be very informative. And so it's difficult for me to think about the 5 to 8 p.m. timeframe without having these data points for the net peak. And so I was wondering if it would be, if it's already in the record and I've just missed it, or if it's possible to have a table like this that shows the net peak demand days. So, you know, top 60 days, just like this one. And for context, I started looking at this and thought maybe 8 o'clock is too late. And, then I'm understanding that it's based on the net peak, not the peak. And so I'm just trying to assess the time period that is being proposed here, understanding that it could change in the future. Although I think because it'd be written into the tariff, we'll be deciding on the time period that you have proposed, or, setting something different.
Okay, let me go back and check, because I know PNM Witness Heffington provided some data. I think it's also in the supplemental, and I think that's some data related to renewable, and we maybe, if it's not included there as net load, maybe we can get there, but I am not too familiar with his testimony and exhibit, but the information may be out there.
Okay.
If not, would this be a bench request?
I would appreciate, yes, this information through a bench request.
Would be number 9, bench request 9.
Right, in order to evaluate the on-peak period that you've proposed here.
And are you looking for just the top 60 peak demand day? Since in here, we have more than that. We have the second highest and the third and the fourth.
You know, I guess I'm more concerned that it is representative of the on-peak time period. So I think if, you think it should be a different amount of days, I think as long as it's not fewer than 35, just to, have a good sample.
Okay. And we will provide the assumption and the data in our response. If we pick, let's say 35, 40 days, or we'll describe
Yes.
the methodology and the reasoning.
Yes, thank you. And moving on a bit, sorry, I have some questions written down and they're not super organized. So I understand that you can't know the load shift that will occur based on these 10,000 customers being on the time of day rate. So I think it's like 7,500 and then 2,500 for residential and non-residential. Yes. But what are your expectations in terms of megawatts for the load shift from 10,000 customers on your system being on the time of day rate?
I don't have a calculated megawatt. However, from industry articles and reports, for most of these programs that have at least a 4-to-1 on peak off-peak ratio price difference, they expected that it have shown that the reduction in peak demand is around, I would say, the high teens. So the high teens are below 20%, but is more than 15%. So that is the other program that has a 4-to-1 ratio. And I think that may be one study that at the DOE that has that information also, Department of Energy, sorry.
Okay, and so am I understanding correctly that that would be for all customers shifting to time of day?
That will be for customers that shift to time of day and their reduction.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I mean, not the whole customer base, but the one that shift or the one that participate in the pilot program.
Oh, in the pilot program. Okay. Okay. So in terms of I think I'm going back to the time frame now. In terms of the 5 to 8 p.m. time frame that you proposed, did you, and I'm sure you did, look at what other utilities with time of use rates have adopted which time period? Is it also 5 to 8? I'm assuming some might be like 4 to 7. And can you elaborate on what you found?
Just like what you mentioned, different utility, because the system's different, they have different time of day pilots or time of day on peak off peak periods. So we look at it, but I do not have I don't have it. I I don't have it written down as far as each utility and what their time of day peak period or off-peak periods are.
Okay. Another related question. So I'm trying to determine if the time of day sort of varies by geography, right? Especially in New Mexico, you know, gorgeous state with different terrains, and you can drive, 60 minutes and, the temperature changes by 20 degrees. So does it matter, the geography and sort of where you are, and especially within PNM's territory, whether a specific time period is more appropriate for one, pocket of load versus another?
We don't have a low curve data by geographic area. So when we look at residential customer usage from our low research is as a class. So we don't have any data that is separated by geographical area. So we have not, we haven't done that analysis.
Okay. I also have some questions about the rates and how they were derived. I don't know if you would like me to ask you those, or maybe they're more appropriate for Dr. Pitts.
Dr. Pitts is the expert, and she's sponsored the rate design.
Yes. Okay. Can I ask one general question about the rates, and feel free to say I'm not the right witness for that.
Okay.
Did you all consider time of day rates that it's not, I have this idea in my head and I probably shouldn't think on the spot like this, but maybe you propose like the first, 2,000 subscribers have this rate, the next 2,000 have this higher rate, and the next have this higher rate for the on-peak. And the reason I'm asking is because I think part of the purpose of your proposal is to inform the rates that you might propose in the future. And so I'm wondering, would it be beneficial to have data points based on different on-peak rates? So, so I'll re-ask the first question now that I've provided the context, but did you consider a proposal like that?
Let me make sure I understand.
Yeah.
What you're saying is, for example, we have 7,500 customers, residential customer for the time of day pilot. That's the size.
Mm-hmm.
What you were talking about is whether we have considered the first 2,500, let's say we'll have I would say 4:1 ratio. And then the next 2,500 will have a different ratio, and then the last 2,500 will be a different ratio or rates?
That is somewhat similar to what I wasn't necessarily thinking about it in terms of the ratio. But I think that would have it's the same general idea, to be able to determine how customers at each one of these different rate levels react to the incentive that is being offered in terms of the on-peak price.
No, we have not considered that because I think that is I don't know how we're going to manage all of that at once. The purpose of a pilot program, and we also said that in the testimony, is this rate is subject to change in the next rate case. So if we, from the data that we collect from the participant, and see that we're not seeing the shifting that we expect, then we can adjust the rate to have different rates depends on when the customers join the program. I don't know whether that is fair. I don't want to commit ourselves, but maybe what you are trying to do, instead of have different rates based on when the participant joined the program, the alternative is to have 3 different programs with 3 different rates, set of rates, and see customer which of the 3 options they sign up.
In a way, yes.
I think that's an option. Is to have 3 different time of day pilot rates, and customer can choose which one they want.
Okay.
And we did talk about something like that, but once again, we think that it's very confusing for the customer to figure out which program or which rate option to sign up, because we really don't have any residential customer on time of use. We only have probably 100 residential customer on the current time of use, very low participation. And so we are very cautious about opening it up with a lot of options and make it even more confusing for customer to make a determination whether time of day is suitable for them.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think the example that you just explained is not exactly what I had in mind, because I think perhaps the different options, I'm assuming perhaps you would change the off-peak rate. In mine, I was thinking that only the on-peak rate would change, and therefore that's where the tranches made sense, like, you know, sort of as a first mover, because then everybody would want to sign up for the lower on-peak rate. But thank you for you know, entertaining my question there. Let me just quickly scroll through my questions to see if I have anything additional. Okay. In terms of communicating to customers, because I agree with you that this could be confusing initially. Do you plan to communicate with the customers who sign up when you're moving from one season to another? Would you have the ability, for example, to send, you know, like a notification on their phone, or what other way would you be able to let them know, hey, just a reminder, your rate is changing next month?
So I believe, I mean, Dr. Pitts will be the one that can answer your question, because she is intimately involved in developing the marketing and education and communication plan. But I believe that we have the capability to do so, especially now while we are developing the communication plan. If that's something that stakeholders, through our PRAC, we solicit, you know, from the stakeholders what they think that information should be communicated to the customer. So we can definitely take that into consideration and to make sure that that is something that we can be able to provide to the customers.
Okay. Now, anytime I'm asking a question that's better for Ms. Pitts, please just let me know. But in terms of the recovery of sort of like the software expenses and you know, marketing and training for customers, what kind of capability would customers have to review their usage? Is it like a website only? Is it an app?
That is, Dr. Pitts will have all the detail.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. I had questions on the bill guarantee as well. Is that, should I save those for Dr. Pitts?
Sure.
Sounds good. Well, those are all the, well, actually, I do have, sorry, now moving on to banding. So I appreciate your explanation that it is difficult to talk about new banding proposals if we haven't established a revenue requirement, right? And I also understand that comparing banding proposals that are based on different revenue requirements is not an apples to apples comparison. And so I'll anticipate the answer here, but I'll ask the question anyway. Did you consider banding proposals under other revenue requirements, lower revenue requirements, if the commission were to approve a lower revenue requirement?
We have not done that analysis.
Yeah. Do you, how should I phrase this question? Do you see benefit to a potential bench request that would ask PNM to propose a banding requirement if the revenue requirement changed, say maybe based on like $10 million increments for whatever, you know, maybe the hearing examiners can help me determine what revenue requirement ranges would be reasonable?
We can run through that exercise.
Well, let me ask this differently. Would it be a lot of work to do that?
Whew, let's see. If I say not, then make this sound like my job is so easy. No, I think we can do that. But one of the guidance, or maybe PNM can make a proposal, if that is such a request, do we still have in mind that residential customers increase should be capped at certain percentage? Because like I explained before, the residential class is really a driver, a starting point, how we're going to ban and where all the other classes need to be. So if we said, okay, let's have a reduced revenue requirement, and we will say residential can be double of what the system increase, or can be up to a 20% increase, or then we can start from there. I think if not, that will be a lot of work, because then PNM will have to kind of decide and run different scenario based on where we want the residential rate increase to be. So if it's such a request issued, it will be very helpful to P&M if we know the direction as far as residential rate increase.
Okay, right, and we wouldn't be able to, make that determination now. We can't. Right, I don't think we'd be able to do that. So there's no bench request here now. But maybe I could consult with the hearing examiners as to if there's a super non-intrusive way to ask for some information. But that's all I had, and I really appreciate your time, and again admire your stamina. I think you had good responses, and it was informative. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Aguilera. Do we have Commissioner Ellison, hearing examiner Ryan?
I don't believe so. I think he was going to be away from 1 to 4.
Do you have any questions?
Just very quickly, and I'll keep it brief, Ms. Chen, you've been here a long time. In the grid mod case, a question arose as to whether it really is essential to have new meters, AMI meters, to implement time of day rates. What do those really achieve? I understand there's data that gets collected from them, but then again, time of day rates are hardly new. This is, territory that other utilities have gone through long ago. And as you know, in this case, it began with a motion to dismiss the application altogether for failure to submit a sufficient time of day plan. So I guess I would just like to hear your comments on, I know there's opposition to the time of day rates, but in some level, it feels like we need to turn this corner in one way or another. And if it's a question of having rates without expenditures on meters, is that a possibility?
When you say no expenditure on meter, are you referring just to use the current time of use meter and not switching to cellular meter? Or are you talking about EMI?
If that's technically possible? I don't know. What I guess I'm getting to is there was a lot of grinding and gnashing of teeth in the grid mod case about the cost of the AMI meters, and that's all understandable, right? It's a large investment. I know that those have benefits that flow from them, but at the same time, there was discussion about the fact that it isn't necessary to have AMI in order to have time of day rates. So I'm wondering, have P&M considered the possibility of just moving forward with time of day rates, or do you need a particular meter in order to effectuate that?
I think what we need, like I said before, is really all the communication network that come with AMI that enable us to offer an effective time of day, the information flow back to the customer. And with the current time of use meter or the cellular meter, you have limited capability. And I am not, the metering expert or, grid mod expert, but it's really all about the platform or the network and the communication capability that make the time of day program effective and successful. And we need that. So I think the time of day pilot is the right path for now, because we have to start doing something. We've been talking about time of day for a long time. And we want to start communicating, educating customer of this time of day option. And a pilot program is the right approach, we believe, and the limited number of customer. The pilot size is more enough that it's not an extensive amount of capital investment, but at the same time, it's large enough for us to collect meaningful data to study the effectiveness of the time of day pilot, whether customer accept the pricing, the on peak, off peak period. So I think this is our proposal is a balancing act that we try to do to make sure that we have something out there before the AMI implementation.
And you know, you are the pricing witness in this case. Well, that's your title, but in any case, I mean, for purposes of paying for the revenue requirement and how that all flows downhill to who pays for it. I mean, it is my understanding that PNM's future operations assume a certain degree of load shifting. Is that correct?
Yes, because in our rate design, in the rate design model, and Dr. Pitts can answer that better than me, we do have certain assumption about the on-peak, off-peak usage in order to come up with the rates and the revenue requirement. So that's some embedded assumption there.
I guess my point is, you know, I don't perceive a time of day. I mean, well, this is my perception, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. This isn't an option. Time of day has to happen.
Because, yes, I agree with you, because our system is changing and customer is also changing. They have more rooftop solar, they have EV. So they are demanding more rate option also to have more control of their usage when they use it.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Chan. That's all my questions. I'll stop there.
Hearing Examiner Ryan, I think you have control of the participant panel. There may be somebody that wants back in that I couldn't.
Yes. See, if you go, then you have to, it doesn't tell you any, give you any warning or anything.
Thank you. Commissioner Aguilera, do you have any more questions? Well, Ms. Chan, while we're waiting for that, I was wondering when you were talking to Hearing Examiner Ryan, not just now, but earlier, we're talking about the residential class and you know, the compelling reasons for applying banding. And I was just wondering if, assuming that eventually the company has well-tailored time of day rates for the residential class, and the residential class customers are able to respond to the data that they receive and see through the meters, would that possibly in some way, even if it's just incrementally, lead to the residential class getting closer to the cost of service to the class, to the extent that they're contributing to reliability in a better way than they are now?
It's absolutely. If they respond to the time of day through, and another way that we can reduce the subsidy, residential subsidy, is looking at the way that we allocate costs. And those are the changes that we see coming down the road that will definitely have the potential of reducing residential class subsidy.
Terrific, thank you. Anybody, Hearing Examiner Ryan or Commissioner Aguilera, do you have anything else for Ms. Chan? Okay.
No, thank
well,
you.
Ms. Chan, okay, thank you, sir. Well, Ms. Chan, as I conveyed to Mr. Sanders at the end of his second round of testimony in this case earlier in the week, I have to provide this disclaimer that what I'm about to say doesn't convey in any way any personal bias about the determinations related to your testimony that Hearing Examiner Ryan and I are going to make in this case. But as we're dealt another blow again just the day before yesterday with the sudden and premature loss of a dear and kind colleague at the commission, life is so fleeting that I don't know whether I'll ever get the chance to say this again, so I'm saying it now. Ms. Chan, over the many years that you've been a witness in my cases, I've learned so much from you And I've asked much of you in terms of additional information through bench requests and my imprecise questions generally. You've always responded with graciousness and patience in your explanations and excellent responses to our bench requests. And your good humor and incisive sense of humor have been a highlight of my hearings. In short, I want you and everyone watching this to know how much I appreciate you, and you deserve our profound thanks and appreciation for all you do. We are privileged to have you. Indeed, you are an incredible asset to the company and the state of New Mexico. And most importantly, congratulations on the birthday of your son, and happy birthday to him. Ms. Chan, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And I enjoyed being cross-examined in front of you and hearing Examiner Ryan. Anytime. It's my
Thank you,
pleasure.
ma'am. I thank you. And I would like to say that you're excused for the hearing, but I have a feeling we may have to ask you back to give more testimony to us, if that's okay.
Hearing Examiner Medeiros, I did have a bit of redirect if I could.
Oh, I stepped all over it again. I was so excited to convey what I conveyed that it's in the record anyway. So I profoundly apologize to counsel for doing that.
No, I assure you my witness doesn't want me to do too much because she's just ready to be done, but.
Right. It's just been so long and I'm not at the top of my game, obviously. So I apologize, Mr. Worker. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to keep it brief for both your benefit and for Ms. Chan's benefit. So I did want to ask you just a few questions, Ms. Chan. So I'm going to try to go in order, backwards order, kind of some of the issues we've dealt with in the 2 days together here. So you did get some questions from Ms. Beadle about the IPER, or we call it the IPER here, the incremental interruptible power rate. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Did PNM do a test of the IPER recently? And can you tell us what that showed in terms of curtailment, the capability of curtailment from IPER customers?
Yes. So in preparations for the next seasons, we did do a test per the tariff. The tariff allow us to do 2 testing per year. So we did a test on August 2nd. And the testing is from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And all 3 current IPER customer participated. And in my testimony, when I support the IPER program to be continued, I quoted or I stated that is 12.7 megawatts of possible capacity that we can curtail. And the testing result is among the 3 customers, their curtailment was about 15 megawatts. So they all 3 participated, they responded. During the 2 hours, the total curtailment is around 15 megawatt, which is higher than what we expected.
Okay, thank you for that. So you had some questions for Mr. Gould about regarding the movement towards cost-based rates. And I think the conclusion of that discussion was that we all need to work together to come to a place where we might get to a cost-based rate or as close to cost-based rates as possible. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do.
Are you generally familiar with Mr. Andrews' direct testimony, who's a witness for N.M.
Generally, yes.
Do you know if Mr. Andrews is proposing a cost-based rate? Well, let me just, if I can, hearing examiner, can I just share Mr. Andrews' testimony? Is that possible?
Yes, hearing examiner Ryan.
You should be able to, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you see that? Because I have 2 screens going. I'm not sure how that's working. Is that working?
We see the direct testimony of Brian C. Andrews.
Okay.
Usually Zoom creates like a little green box, or sometimes it's not really noticeable. It's not great.
Looks like it's sharing. Thank you. So does Mr. Andrews suggest here that well, can you tell why don't you tell me, based on the summary of his positions there at the top of this page I'm showing, what he's proposing for customer charge and demand charge in terms of cost-based rate?
Let me read this. Okay, so on this page, paragraph D, Mr. Andrew suggests that the after banding is applied to all the components. I propose the following rate design to rates 4B, 5B, 15B, 30B, and 36B. Customer charges should remain at current levels, meaning not the cost-based customer charge that PNM proposed.
And what about the demand charges?
The demand charges also should be based on the banded demand component revenue requirement. And in this filing, PNM proposed that the demand charge should be based on the cost-based demand revenue requirement.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. So I want to ask you about future test year rule and generally the rate design models, if I may. You recall a conversation with Mr. Gould about how the future test year rule might apply in terms of rate design proposals. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do.
Do you know, does it, well, does the cost model, does it import the test year or test period revenue requirement from Mr. Sanders' work papers?
Yes, it does.
What about the base period? You know?
It does.
Does it use any of the linkage data that Mr. Sanders produces?
It doesn't.
Does it make sense? Would it even make sense for the cost model or the rate design model to use linkage data?
No, because what that means is, are we going to use the linkage data and then design rates in the rate design model? It does not provide any information, or it doesn't make sense to have interim or a hypothetical rate for the linkage period.
Okay. Do some of the 530 rules require data beyond the test period into like maybe a 5-year period, even after the test period? Do you know?
You are referring to the 530 schedule?
Yes, I'm sorry.
If I recall in my prior life, I think P1, 530 schedule P1, I think that's related to the peak system peak information. And I think that require historical and forecasted information beyond the test year.
Okay. All right. So now let's just talk a little bit about 36B and the contribution to production. You had lots of conversation with Mr. Gould about that, about the 36B and the contribution to production. In your own words, can you just state why it is important that PNM separately calculates a contribution to production for the ESAs and for all other production assets besides the ESAs?
I think it is important because in 2024 will be the first time that PNM will have battery storage on the system. And also it's the first year that Exhibit D2 will be applied. So we need to be very transparent as far as how we allocate the cost, the ESA cost, to the various customer classes, and also how we apply Exhibit D2. We make the proposal that we make in the filing is because we don't believe that the SSC and the Exhibit D2 were meant to stop or prevent PNM from properly allocating cost based on the characteristics of the resources. And definitely the service or the benefits that the ESA will provide on the system is different than all the other resources. So that's the reason that we propose a different allocation method. And specifically to 36B, the 36B customers, they are responsible to pay for the portfolio of renewable resources that PNM acquire on behalf of them under Rider 47. However, that portfolio of resources will provide different benefits to the system in a different time. So when you look at Mr. Casas corrected PNM Exhibit AC5, when he did the offset calculation, when he looked at the portfolio of resources and at the 3 summer, 1 winter time, what capacity value those resources provide is different than those resources will provide later on during the day when we need the battery to be dispatched. For example, in the portfolio, that's significant amount of solar, which is very valuable during the day at the 3 summer, 1 winter. And that reflected in Mr. Casas' exhibit AC5. But the same solar resources during the highest battery dispatch hours at night is not producing. So we need to recognize that they are two different sets of benefit, even though it's from the same portfolio of resources, but it depends when we need those resources, and that determines what kind of value it provides to the system. And hence, that's our recommendation that it needs to be separated and be transparent to identify the benefit that that portfolio of resources provide.
In your discussion with Mr. Gould, you pointed out that PNM has batteries coming online in the test period that aren't allocated using the modified 3 summer, 1 winter CP allocator. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And those are the 12 megawatt distribution batteries, is that right?
That's right.
And PNM proposed to allocate those fully as production, is that right?
Yes.
Why did PNM allocate those differently than the 12 megawatts of distribution batteries differently than the ESAs?
I think that is being provided in the response to interrogatory that I discussed with Mr. Gould yesterday. And in our response, we stated that we have support to allocate that 12 megawatts of battery because where they will be allocated located. However, we stated in the response that after consideration, that should be a different way to allocate that 12 megawatts of battery. And we were, I guess, waiting to see whether any intervener has taken up issue with that or have suggestion in their testimony, so we can address that in our rebuttal. But as far as I understand, I don't recall any intervener address that. So therefore, I think we did not have a ground to change course in our rebuttal. But if we have to do it again and reconsider it, I think the more appropriate way to allocate that 12 megawatt will be more like the ESAs rather than 100% production.
Okay, just two more categories of questions. I'll try to keep this brief. I know you're probably anxious to maybe get the other witness sworn in at least. Hearing examiner. Ms. Chan, you had a conversation with Mr. Gould about Rider 47 and how it operates. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to share it on the screen here. Okay, I believe I'm sharing Rider 47. Is that, you see that, Ms. Chan?
Yes.
And do you recall discussing the rate methodology section with Mr. Gould?
Yes.
And in particular, how the 36B customer pays for the PPAs or alternative capacity projects that PNM acquires for the customer. Is that right?
That's right.
So this rate methodology section also has a provision that PNM should provide the customer an excess energy production credit. I'm reading here, an excess energy production credit in accordance with terms described in the customer special service contract. Do you see that at number 3?
Yes.
What is this and what kind of credit is provided to the 36B customer?
Do you need detail, or you just what?
As much detail as you would like to provide, Ms. Chan.
So what this is saying is for every hour, so we do our hourly balancing for rate 36B customer. So for every hour that the customers pay for resources, produce more energy than what they consume, PNM is going to pay that, will pay those excess energy as a price, as a, I believe it's the Palo Verde price, index price. And that will be included on the customer's monthly bill as a credit.
And does the 36B customer get a credit and generally get a credit in accordance with this provision?
Yes. I mean, almost every month, and some months those credits are significant.
Okay. All right, one more set of questions. So as you mentioned, this is the first case that we're using Exhibit D2, and we're transitioning from the 2.3 cent kWh charge for the contribution to production, that set charge, to the demand-based charge that you're calculating pursuant to Exhibit D2. Is that right?
That's correct.
So if given the disagreement, over how to utilize D2, if the 2.3 cent kWh charge was still applicable, do you know how that would compare to PNM's proposed contribution to production charge in this case?
Yes, and party can find it in the rate design model and Dr. Pitt's work paper. Under 36B current rate, the revenue that the 2.3 cents will bring in is 7 million. And applying Exhibit D2, our proposal of 45 cents per kW, as shown on my table, SC1 rebuttal, is $953,000.
Thank you for indulging that redirect, hearing examiner. I am done with my redirect.
No. Thank you, Ms. Terwilliger. And again, my apologies. It's not intentional. It's just the anxiousness to, I guess, move on or whatever. But it's just an oversight on my part, and I apologize. But for Ms. Chan again, Ms. Chan, thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you contribute to these proceedings and just in general. So with that, thank you, ma'am. You are provisionally excused.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, now we're going to need some help with lining up the next set of witnesses. I know we have Mr. Costas next, and don't worry, we're not going to go there today. We're going to end now, and we're going to end with what I know that you all hopefully will find some good news, and that is that unfortunately, due to coincidence, that is unrelated, but hearing examiner Ryan, for different reasons, are not going to be available for a hearing tomorrow. Emergent circumstances have come up. And so we are going to be in recess tomorrow and Friday, and we're going to pick up Monday with Mr. Casas.
That was a smile from Miss Nanasti, and I'm not surprised. That would be
I
the
just need-
windfall benefit that you just
I
heaven's
just
on your side.
I just need to get my beauty rest so that I'm bright and sharp to see the oral argument. No, I'm just kidding. We both have issues that are emergent issues that we need to attend to. It doesn't matter what they are, but it just happened that this is the way it works in life. So with all of that, then we're going to be in recess tomorrow as well as Friday, and we'll start up at 9 a.m. on Monday. Mr. Gould.
This may be now obviated by what you just said, but we have consulted with our witnesses and we have updated times when they are available, if it helps to slot those witnesses in.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is another change, another curveball.
We are totally fine, and our guys are willing to be as flexible as possible. The only limitation is a couple of them have cases in other jurisdictions, and Mr. Ortiz teaches some business classes at the Anderson School. So those are really the only conflict, but we'll work around anything that you want to do.
Well, I think what we're looking at is Casas, and then Dr. Pitts, and Mr. Phillips, and then we need to have Joseph Miller on Monday too. So that's the next slate of witnesses. But Ms. Terwilliger, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Miller, if we could just put him first on Monday, because he does have to go on Monday.
Yes. And then Casas.
And then Casas, Dr. Pitts, and then Mr. Phillips. And then can I just confirm for you all that the hearing examiners, and I don't know, I mean, obviously you can't predict the commissioners necessarily, that we can plan on Mr. Lopez and Mr. Maestas not coming unless you guys specifically, you all decide that they should.
Frankly, I already, with the input I received from, we all received from Mr. Herman. I believe that work out a stipulation on their testimony and they wouldn't have to appear. I don't have any questions for them. Do you?
Nor do I. I assumed they were off the list at this point.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to confirm that so we could just put that.
So we'll just do a stipulation on Monday, maybe, or Tuesday on their testimonies.
Okay.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, maybe the best way to handle it, we'll just forward you the email we got from and you can deal with it rather than us go into any detail and waste the time.
Yeah, and all I'd ask in terms of homework from you all, in addition to preparing for oral argument, is to work on, the witness list that horribly marked up by this point. I do have an electronic version that is more accurate, but in terms of, setting out the order of cars on the train, so to speak, for the witnesses as we go along. If you can work on that, that would be great. But we do know where we have a lot to do starting Monday with Mr. Miller, then Casas, then Dr. Pitts, and Mr. Phillips will probably, right now he's slated Tuesday, September 19th. That's probably where he may end up testifying, is first on the 19th, but that's fine. We're going to pick up. We're losing a little bit here, but we'll pick it up. My prediction is as we go along. And Hearing Examiner Ryan's done the number crunching, so I'm confident.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, thank you for allowing me to fully explore these rate issues with Stella, and I think that will shorten the time I have with Casas.
I would be profoundly disappointed in myself if you didn't have that opportunity.
Well,
so thank you.
It was,
and it was a good colloquy. And again, we're having a dialogue we may not agree. It doesn't matter whether we agree or not, but we're having an intellectual, interesting dialogue about some really complicated issues, and I appreciate it. I hope you feel the same.
Ditto.
Absolutely. With all these complicated issues, it comes down to some judgmental calls on what we're going to do and how we're going to deal with. Clearly, we're kind of between a rock and a hard place. We're not.
Yes.
There's not a simple solution to allocating revenue requirements around.
That's right. So
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything? Ms. Nanazi has her hand up. Ms. Nanazi?
Yes, thank you for the fabulous news. That's first of all. Second of all, I was wondering, I was thinking about this yesterday, if you would consider, like you did in the decoupling case, to have brief, time limited oral argument at some point. So I was imagining like
on what?
Well, either on any issues or all issues. And at the end of the hearing, and perhaps something like, P&M gets 15 or 20 minutes, we all get 5 or 8, and P&M obviously can split its time in get basically a direct and a rebuttal, or just all rebuttal, however it chooses. And just to,
I would consider it if you all know, and we have some ideas about the issues that might be in a briefing order. But if you want to identify issues for consideration that the bench would entertain oral argument at the end of the hearing, hearing examiner Ryan will be open to considering it for sure. Because it might actually, thinking about it, and I'm thinking out loud, and that's always dangerous for me. It might help us in crafting the bench, the briefing order, if we have one that's focused on certain issues. So if you think that there are right now, I'm too close to the mountain. I'm too close to Mount Diablo, so to speak, to see it. You know what I mean? But that's an interesting proposition that we will consider. And we may have issues. We may say, you know what, we found the oral argument stimulating just on the motions to strike. So we may want to do some of that. So that's a very interesting proposition that we're taking under consideration. But help us out by making it directed. I don't like open-ended. I get nervous about just having open-ended discussion of issues. I like to have it more focused on.
So
like the coupling proceeding, like we had the briefing and then we had the argument. Here we would just have the argument and then potentially the briefing after it, or we may decide we don't need to spotlight that particular issue or set of issues. So we'll see.
So are you suggesting that we send you topics or something like that? Or
well, I tell you, I want to stay away from San Juan until the Supreme Court gives us some guidance. And that relates also to, by the way, to the objections to bench request 1. At this point, I haven't even talked to hearing examiner Ryan. Now again, I'm thinking out loud. That's really dangerous, but I'm not itching to get that into the record, frankly. It's just background information that the commission may want to have. That doesn't need to be evidence in this case. It may down the road, if the Supreme Court rejects, but at least now we have it, you see, and we don't need to put it in the record now, just like we don't need to put the other San Juan evidence in the record now. The parties have agreed to stand down. And so just thinking out loud, that's how I feel about the response to, is it bench request 1?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's where we are with that. But I don't want to commit to anything because we got a lot of paper going back and forth, but let hearing examiner Ryan and I think about it, and we may ask you for a list of issues that we may look at and say, you know what, at the end of the hearing, we've got a little time here, maybe let's set aside 2 hours, 4 hours, whatever, to entertain that. We've not done that, at least I haven't done that in rate cases, but well, I have, but not in this context. So I've had oral arguments during the hearing, but so that's a good thought, Mr. Nazi. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Williger?
Yeah, I'll just say PNM's position is, you know, that I know we did I think we did this in the Four Corners case, Mr. Maderos. I think Mr. Gifford did it. But that, you know, decoupling and Four Corners were very narrow cases. So, I mean, generally
Yeah.
we are opposed to this idea. We would like the usual paper briefing. We'll listen to you and your guidance and the other parties, but as a general matter, we are opposed to the idea of oral arguments in this case. There's a lot of
Okay,
issues.
wait. Yeah, and I sympathize with that for sure. So that's good input as well, and I appreciate that. And
thank you.
You know, yeah, Mr. Albright.
Yes, probably one of the few times that will happen, but I certainly agree with Mr. Williger on this. You know, rate cases seem to have a life of their own and go on for years and get referred to and so forth.
Right.
And this is complicated. I mean, there's a lot of complicated issues and new ones. So I would concur. Would have no objection with listing some issues and so forth that should be included in the briefs, but I think we should have a
record. And I think Ms. Beatles was there back in 2008, 2007. We had the SPS rate case and we had some arguments, but they were highly specialized issues there. And so anyway, I've thought out loud enough for today. So let's see. Is there anything else before I bid you a good long weekend and the best of luck with your arguments on all sides of the issue there on Friday?
I just forwarded you the letter, the email from my co-counsel on witness availability. Okay. So do with it what you want. And okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Is there anything else? Okay. With that, then I want to thank Mr. Lee, especially for his incredible work for us. He's a treasure that we have. And I just want to convey my thanks to that excellent gentleman for all his work on our behalf, which is, if you look at the transcript, it's amazing how close it is to the final in the first draft. So thank you, because it's been really long and difficult, but we've gotten to this good point. And with that, there's nothing else. We will be in recess until Monday morning at 9 a.m. All right, take care all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.